By the Land and Cultivate in Different World. Volume 13 by Okazawa Rokuja Ian. Translated by Russell. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 435, The Wedding Ceremony. The day has finally arrived. Prince Rauana and Puffer are getting married today. Hey, it's me again. Naturally, I will be attending. I'm the groom's best friend and brother-in-law as well as the bride's former employer. After all, Platy is here with Junior as relatives and Garufa as a good friend. Speaking of which, here they are. The Atabatami maid suits them well. Of course, we're all in formal wear. It's been a while since I've been back to the sea. I'm usually asked to keep watch here while everyone is away, says Garufa. True that. It's a bit of a drag when you're the only mermaid in charge while the rest of them enjoy their time at the Mermaid Kingdom. But you don't have to do that today. This is a big ceremony, and everyone has to be present. Angel's friends, Discus, Veiltail, Hecalei, and Batricus, have matured enough to be able to handle guard duty. Unfortunately, I cannot say the same about their leader, Angel. We're off. I'm sure my absence will leave a huge gap, but I know you guys will work it out somehow. Leave it to us. Angel is also coming with us to the Mermaid Kingdom. She's royalty, after all. It wouldn't make sense for her not to show up to the royal wedding. However, there will be nothing noteworthy about her from here on, so her presence will be as thin as air. As for Puffer, the bride and today's star of the show, for some reason, she's standing alone on the beach, silently gazing at the horizon. What's she doing? She needs to go right away for the ceremony. Why is she standing there, stock still in her human form? Don't disturb her, dear. The ceremony has already started, says Platy as she pulls me from behind. After a few minutes of silent observation, something happens. Something is rising from the sea's surface and approaching Puffer. It's a human head. The face, neck, shoulders, and finally, the whole body surfaces, and it becomes clear who it is. It's Prince Rauana, the groom. He kneels down in front of Puffer and, I've come for you. Come to the Mermaid Palace to be my duly wedded wife. And so, I shall. The bride takes the groom's hand. This is very ceremonial and solemn indeed. I now understand what Platy meant when she said the ceremony has already begun. The groom coming for his bride must be one of the rituals handed down in the mermaid royal family. Okay, I better go and do my part now. Hold Junior for a bit, dear. She hands Junior over to me and walks up to the bride and groom. The witch hands the bride the potion, a potion to win his love. That sounds more like the beginning of a curse to me. This isn't part of the traditional ceremony, it seems. Anyway, Puffer takes the potion from Platy. The lower half of her body shines, and the two legs that stand firmly on the earth merge into one. By the time the light subsided, her legs had transformed into a tail fin covered in scales. This is a mermaid's true form. What Platy gave was most likely a potion that would restore Puffer's mermaid form. Now you can go back to the sea. Thank you for everything, and take care. Thanks. All that I experienced here was the most intense events of my life. Why is everyone silently nodding in agreement? But today is the end of my life here. I will start living in a new place and with a new title. The prince's wife. I feel like it doesn't suit me much. I know it does. You're an intelligent woman, after all. Puffer looks pleased as Prince Rauana embraces her. My wife has been very much indebted to you all, the most impenetrable sanctuary on land. Eternal thanks shall the merfolk give. It's an important ceremonial day, so the prince gives his speech. The wedding ceremony will be held at the bottom of the sea, in the Mermaid Kingdom. All attendees are cordially invited to come. We'll be waiting. Prince Rauana and Puffer dive into the sea together, headed toward the Mermaid Kingdom. It'll be a long, long aisle. Well, except it's underwater. What now? Do we go after them? Platy and Garufa can swim just fine on their own since they're mermaids, but not Junior and me. Would we take a boat to Paradise Island and then dive in a bubble, as we did before? That sounds complicated. No, we'll be teleporting there. Do you know how? Remember the waypoint crystal Puffer made before? We're teleporting to it. Oh, yes. I remember something like that. Puffer, with the sole intention of accompanying Prince Arowana on his pilgrimage, devoted all her talents to completing this portable waypoint. Normally, the spell only lets you move between stationary waypoints. Once the waypoint has been set up, it cannot be moved. Therefore, if you want to fly to another place, you must first go there and install a waypoint. However, Puffer's crystal is portable, so we can go wherever this crystal is. Prince Rawana wore it with him at all times. That's how Puffer was able to accompany him anywhere. Thinking back, her love has been intense since then. Apparently, she can't make another crystal anymore. She must have gone above and beyond the limits of her abilities just to travel with my brother. The crystal is now said to be enshrined in the Mermaid Palace. That's reassuring. Then, Puffer has already given me the necessary potion, so those who are planning to attend gather around me. As soon as the specified area affected by the magic materializes, she opens the test tube's lid and pours its contents. It vaporizes instantly and billows colored smoke. The smoke is so thick it covers us and completely blocks our vision. By the time we could see again, the landscape around us had completely changed. We were standing near the shoreline before the smoke enshrouded us, but now we're inside a large room with a majestic atmosphere. The walls are made of marble, giving it a luxurious feel. It's so spacious you'd think we're outside. What a nice venue, I think intuitively. In the center of the room lies the crystal. I guess we did teleport all the way to here. Oh, my dearies, you've come. Welcomes Queen Mai. Ah, the convenience of teleporting to arrive here this early. Arowana could have done the same, too. The two of them are part of the ceremony, swimming until they get here. Let them have their alone time as much as they want. The Mermaid Kingdom's metropolis is in the belly of a giant fish, complete with air and architecture. So, as terrestrials, Junior and I can breathe without problems. Look, son, we're here in the Mermaid Kingdom again. I show Junior the scenery outside and prepare myself for what's to come. That's right, Prince Rawana and Puffer's wedding will take place here in the Mermaid Kingdom. Chapter 436, Oath Before God. I, led into the ceremony hall, was overwhelmed by the crowd. Wow, this place is packed with mermaids, to be exact. As expected of a prince's wedding, everything is so grandiose. The ceremony hall's floor is filled with water so that the mermaids can swim around freely. I, as a terrestrial, am able to walk on its surface with the help of Platy's potion. Every merfolk present here must be people in high positions. There are too many of them to count. Royal weddings are on a whole nother level. I hope I'm not sticking out like a sore thumb here. Don't worry. Of all the people here, you are without a doubt the greatest and the most powerful, Lord Saint. Who was that? I turn around and see Lampai, the Witch of Hellfire, with her spouse, Hendra. Oh, congratulations on your marriage. Thank you. Our ceremony was held quite reservedly. She left the farm and returned to the Mermaid Kingdom before Puffer to be with Hendra. I thought Hendra had taken up a huge position after getting married, but it seems he's still a controversialist. Lampai also kept saying with pride she'd protect Platy for the rest of her life, but clearly, that's not the case now. Love takes precedence over everything else, I guess. But things seem okay since her apprentices, Veiltail and Crowntail, have taken over. I see you guys are here too. Or maybe that's to be expected. You're important friends of the bride and groom, after all. Oh, no, a couple like us doesn't deserve to attend a royal wedding. It's all because of the prince's mercy that pardoned our presence here, humbly says Hendra. But won't you be given a role with heavy responsibilities at Prince Rawana's request sooner or later? Forgive me, Princess Platy. I have resigned my post as bodyguard, but I haven't been able to get an equivalent duty. It's okay. I'm just delighted to hear that you prioritized love over a soldier's mission. I've already heard what happened at the betters. Once my brother and Puffer assume the position, you will be given appropriate tasks, so this idle time won't last for long, replies Platy. Time passes as they make small talk. Finally, the ceremony officially begins. Here comes the bride and the groom. The huge door opens with a loud creak, and a radiant man and woman emerge from it. Prince Rawana and Puffer. They're dressed up for the most glamorous day of their lives. Of course, Betami also made their clothes. Her fashion taste is known beyond borders. A round of applause greets them, congratulating the newly born couple. Boo-hoo. Congrats. Chongrash. Sniff. Wait, what? I was surprised to see someone crying hard next to me. And I was surprised again because it was someone I knew. It's Zothsira, the Witch of the Abyss. You were invited too? Of course. I am Puffer's mentor. Naturally. I'm qualified to be invited. What? Again with the tears. Is she moved by her pupil appearing in her hour of triumph? I don't remember this fiendish witch acting this way. You see, Puffer lost her parents when she was young and was left to fend for herself. I happened to find her by chance. She was so pitiable that I took care of her until she could stand on her own. She suddenly starts talking about their past. I trained her in the art of witchcraft to make her independent. Neither of us is the type to feel indebted to the other, but I can't stop crying when I see her looking her happiest. Sure, whatever, but I'm surprised. I didn't know she was easily moved to tears. She's surprisingly good at looking after others. Even Angel and her friends idolize her. No. Today's main characters are Prince Arowana and Puffer. We must pay attention to them. They're gracefully moving down the aisle. Puffer looks so ladylike as she leans close to her groom. She has this unique charm to her now that she's getting married. Shush, dear, whispers Platty to me. They continue walking down the aisle toward the altar. They will probably pledge their eternal love there. So, will they be exchanging their vows in front of Poseidon? Of course. He's our creator. The first time I met Poseidon, I had the impression he was rather lax. I wonder if the couple's future will be all right. Why don't they vow to Hades instead? At least he doesn't cheat. Well, I guess a priest will see to it that the couple's vows are made on behalf of God. Huh? That's strange. I recognize the priest at the altar. Isn't that Sensei? Sensei the lifeless king. Why is someone who lives in a Terranian dungeon at the bottom of the sea? I asked him for a favor. You did, Platty. Anyone would want their brother and close friend's wedding to be the best. Who better than the god himself to witness their vows? No one. She makes a good point, but has she never thought about how she's bothering Sensei? You made him come all the way here. I'm filled with emotion to see a couple starting a new life together. I wonder if this is how parents feel. Oh, Sensei himself is pretty enthusiastic about this. Man, he's as kind as ever. Well then, let's set the stage for the two of you to make your vows. Hyapi. As Sensei recites his spell, space distorts, and a gigantic being appears on the altar. Poseidon, the god of the seas, is here. He summoned a god again. He's making them exchange their vows of love right in front of their god. I've never seen a wedding like this. Wait, I have. I remember the Demon King also swore before Hades. Just because it has happened once doesn't mean we can repeat it 2 or 3 more times. Some of the attendees have fainted from the shock. On this auspicious day, I am pleased to have the honor of congratulating the hero and heroine of the mermaid race. Truly, congratulations to thee both. There's a goddess next to Poseidon. Who is she? That's not his wife, Amphitrite. That must be Medusa, the sea consort. She's Poseidon's other spouse. His other spouse? So, he's a polygamist? Amphitrite, the mother sea goddess, deals with parturition, while weddings are Medusa's domain. Puffer also received her blessings from Medusa. My blessed child, goddess Medusa begins to speak. She has deep black hair like the sea illuminated by moonlight. I am overjoyed thee hast followed the path I thought thee wouldst chooseth. Continue to fulfill thine responsibility to support those around thee. Yes, I pledge that I will support him as his wife for the rest of my life, reverently says Puffer. With this, the couple's vows are witnessed by the gods. Huh? But what about me? Please keep it down, Poseidon. You're ruining the mood. Meanwhile, more than half of the attendees, with the exception of a few determined people, are floating on the water. Prince Rawana and Puffer's wedding would be so memorable it'd be talked about for years to come. Chapter 437, The Jealous Ones. I am a young, noble lady named Black Base, and today, I feel quite unpleasant. I was born into one of the most prestigious families that has strong ties with the royal family and wields absolute power. Having such a background, I deserve to be given the highest position. In other words, Mermaid Queen. If I am the best in all aspects of life, including lineage and social class, wouldn't it be natural for men to come and ask for my hand in marriage? The current king is too old to be considered a marriage candidate, but even if I were to remove him from the list, they say his son, Arawana, is quite the Prince Charming. Being the first prince, he will eventually succeed his father and become the Mermaid King. I'd say that with such a position, I'm a good match for him. Very well, Prince Rawana. I acknowledge you as my future partner, but it's too early for you to rejoice. I'm not as cheap as to make the first move just because I've made up my mind. If you really want me, you'll have to come for me. When it comes to love, taking the initiative is important. Whoever shows the first sign of affection makes all the difference. Love is war. The one who falls in love first loses. That's why I have to get Prince Rawana to like me. I won't let him marry me until he's fallen head over heels to the point of offering the entire nation's wealth. Fortunately, I am the daughter of the most prestigious family in the Mermaid Kingdom. Once word of my fame spreads, I'm sure he will come to me. All I have to do is to wait gracefully till my prey is caught in the trap. And so, time passes as I wait for my prince. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 12 years have passed, and yet, Prince Rawana has yet to come. Why? I am the daughter of the most famous family and have been waiting for him for a long time. Why hasn't he come yet? Does he have barnacles for eyes? I am almost past marriageable age, and my parents are urging me to get married to anyone before my next birthday. They say so, but the fact that I'm barely within the suitable age range means it's most likely over for me. How can a lady like me still get a good man? No, thank you. I would never want to marry a middle-class merman. Besides, what's wrong with Prince Rawana? I've lost more than a decade of my life waiting for him. He has to take responsibility for this and marry me. Aren't mermen supposed to visit and propose to his future wife right away? Even if he does come now, I won't accept his proposal until gets down on his knees and begs me at least 4 times. It's his punishment for making me wait so long. Amid my irritation, I hear something unbelievable from my father. Oh, by the way, about Prince Rawana. Prince Rawana? What about him? Has he finally come to propose to me with half the nation as dowry? I heard he's getting married soon. With me? What makes you think so? Of course not. Huh? If the prince is getting married, it is to be with the best lady in the nation. And that's me. Best lady? Who? You're nothing but rotten deadstock. Shut up, old man. But I can't believe this. That damn prince. He kept me waiting for so long. And now he's going to flat out ignore me? How dare he toy with a woman's naivete? If that's how he wants to play, well, I have something up my sleeve, too. I'll make him pay for the 12 years he made me waste. And when the time came to act, I met allies. What allies? You ask. Prince Rawana tricked us. I adored him so much, but he never dared look my way. Me too. Every night, I went to bed after chanting a spell to make sure my feelings would reach him. It didn't work at all. These are all lamentations of women who weren't noticed by their romantic interest. Adoration, prayers, charms. That's not enough to make the other person feel your affection, though I suppose I'm not one to talk. Ah, so that means all of you gathered here are like me, who have hidden feelings for Prince Rawana. Were there this many of us? I guess he's bound to be popular and all since he's the prince. Here in the secret underground meeting place, dozens of heartbroken fiancés, self-proclaimed, have gathered. Including me. We are all comrades. I say to unite us all. We have been betrayed. We adored Prince Rawana so much, but he trampled on our feelings. He chose a nobody over me, the chosen one. Excuse me? Chosen one who? I am the one who should have been chosen by the prince. Don't butt in this, old hag. Look who's talking. We're not united at all. Everyone thinks they're number one and looks down on everyone else. What a bunch of egotistic women. This is why Prince Rawana doesn't bat even an eyelash on you all. No, now isn't the time to be divided. We have but one enemy. Enemy? That's right. It's the one and only abominable adulterer who took Prince Rawana away from us. I didn't come here without a plan. I already have all the information I need on the enemy we need to defeat. This woman named Puffer seems to be from a commoner's family. A plebeian? Unforgivable. I can't let such a lowly woman snatch away the prince's affection. A noble lady like me is a more fitting wife for the prince. It seems the ladies gathered here are all from prestigious families. Well, it's an obvious condition if you wish to win the prince's love, I suppose. Unfortunately, Prince Rauana chose this puffer of all people. For a pleb, she sure doesn't know her place. It's up to us noble ladies to teach that woman a lesson she'll never forget. Here, here. Don't let that plebeian girl get away with this. Let's drag that woman down and ask Prince Rauana to choose a truly worthy queen. Our hearts are finally in the right place. This is all the prince's fault. He chose a commoner over me, a noble. We have to set things right. We'll carry out our plan on the day of their wedding. It's the perfect opportunity to kick out the commoner and have the prince marry one of us then and there. Well, I know he'll choose me for sure, though. Let's unite our hearts and face this adversary together for our future, for our happiness. And so, our meeting came to an amicable conclusion, but shortly after, excuse me, says a timid-looking mermaid, I'd like to clarify something. Is this puffer the very same witch of the bitter cold from the 6 Mad Witches? Wait, the 6 Mad Witches? As in, the most sinister potion compounders in the mermaid realm? If I recall, Princess Platy is one of them. With just that brief comment, 1/3 of the ladies gave up and left. Chapter 438, The Parade. It's me again. Prince Rauana and Puffer's wedding ceremony ended splendidly. That being said, the place is in a gruesome state, with seemingly dead bodies lying all over the place. God, Lord Poseidon is right before us. Everyone is petrified by the god's appearance. They knew the couple would be exchanging vows, but they never expected a deified being would be present. As a result, about 60% of the attendees collapsed. What a wedding this is! To think they're actually pledging their love for each other before Poseidon. Such a wedding is unheard of. Will this ceremony perhaps herald Prince Rauana's excellent reign? With that, Prince Rauana appears even more charismatic to his people. I guess that's plus points for him. Lord Saint, thank you for coming. Prince Rauana comes with his wife after the ceremony. Puffer, beside her husband, gives off a fresh, graceful aura I've never sensed from her. Anyway, congratulations on your marriage. Thank you very much. The ceremony isn't over yet, though. The reception is about to take place, and we'd love for you to join us, Lord Saint. I wonder if it's held in a similar fashion as my world. After a Shinsen-shiki's religious ceremony, a banquet is held to celebrate the festive occasion. Did someone mention a feast? If the saint's food is also available, I must not passeth up this chance. Oh, Poseidon's still here. Just go home, please. Show some modesty, sweetheart. Thou must not disturb the children of the sea, chides Medusa. Now, that's polite. Gods should not indulge in the children of man too much. The celestial gods hast proven this time and again. We hast already done our part in the ceremony, so it is best we depart now. But those gents hath said they art serving food. I doth not think the children hast any of the saints' cooking today. Let us depart, then. She knows how to persuade her husband. As expected of the sea consort. Unlike Amphitrite, Medusa pampers me a lot. I absolutely loveth that about her. Not interested, just leave. Before that, there is one last thing I wisheth to say. Yes? The trick to having a peaceful life with 2 wives under one roof is not to outwit them. Stop it. Don't spread any more secrets to keeping a polygamous relationship happy. Darn it. He may not be as bad as Zeus, but these gods are ultimately all the same. They never leave behind any good wisdom. Now look at how awkward the atmosphere has become after they left. Anyway, let's just move on and go to the reception hall. Good idea. Let's forget Poseidon ever said anything. I sounded like I impersonated Nietzsche, but I didn't mean it that way. The reception will be held on Paradise Island. Oh, that place. Paradise Island is an isolated island owned by the Mermaid Kingdom. This nation, located deep underwater, has made it its diplomacy hub to interact with those on land. They invite land-dwelling diplomats to do negotiations and whatnot. I've been there once, and it was opulently filled with tall buildings that amplify its name as the Mermaid Kingdom's diplomacy hub. The natural scenery was superb, reminiscent of a resort. There are already diplomats gathered there to celebrate our marriage. Every little thing turns into large-scale events with the position I'm in. I'm afraid. This is your marriage as a prince, future king. After all, it's natural other nations would want to congratulate you. There will also be a parade on the way to Paradise Island to report our marriage. A ruler mustn't neglect the importance of reporting to their people. Royal marriages sure are a lot of work. There are so many people you need to interact with. The ceremony is for the concerned domestic parties. The parade is for the citizens. The reception is for the rest of the world. We'd appreciate it if you could join us in the parade, Lord Saint. The more spectacular it is, the better. You sure? If we join in, everyone will think Dear and I are today's stars, jokingly says Platty. I kind of get the feeling she's not joking, though. Bring it on. I want the people to see that the future king and I are more dignified than some inferior princess and her husband. What did you just say? Got a problem? Puffer retorts, not willing to be outdone. It seems her personality hasn't changed even after getting married. And so, a parade is to be held to make the prince's marriage known to his people. The capital, which is inside the belly of a giant fish, has a large canal running through its center where the merfolk swim. This was also the chosen course for the parade. The canal is so large even tankers can easily pass through it, so parading is no problem. Like a daimyo procession, mermaid soldiers line up in a row and march down the center. In the middle of the line is a ship that looks like a makoshi, where the prince and his wife wave their hands right and left. The people below watch the prince and the beautiful bride who had won his heart. Behind them, a line of officials followed, and everyone boarded a ship that, although luxurious, was smaller than the couples, who are the main attraction. Platty, Junior, Lampai, Hendra, Gararufa, Zothsira, Sensei, and I are all on it. I guess this is how the attendees are going to the reception hall. Royal weddings are so stressful. I think to myself, I was surprised to know that it's not just up to the couple's will to get married, but they also have to ask for the consent of the whole nation. Just thinking about me having to go through this if I hadn't married you drains all my energy away. Ugh, says Platty. It was expected of her to do a ceremony since she's a princess, but due to the circumstances of marrying me, it didn't happen. But wait. While pondering, something happened. Huh? My body shook. The ship suddenly stopped. Junior, startled, began to cry. What happened? Why did the parade stop? It wasn't supposed to stop here, was it? What's going on? I jumped off the ship and ran along the canal. Thanks to Platty's potion, I can run underwater. Wait, dear, I'm coming with you. Platty jumps off the ship after me, swimming awkwardly because she has to keep Junior in her arms dry. When we got to the front of the parade, we found a strange sight. A group of women are blocking the route. We are an association of Prince Rauana's true wives. Show yourself, fake. You will be dealt with for seducing the prince. What are they talking about? But I guess they're all mermaids. How many of them are there? I wonder if they can hold off a procession with such a group. Must be an association of upset women after hearing of Rauana's marriage, says Platty, who has finally caught up. Despite looks, he's pretty popular. They must have dreamed of marrying my brother in the future but are now angry at him cause it didn't come true. So, now they're protesting against Puffer? To them, Puffer is just an adulterer who snatched the seat away from them. How absurd. Prince Rauana and Puffer's decision to get married is theirs alone, so these ladies are irrelevant. But, among the mermaids who are sabotaging the procession, one of them clearly looks way older than the prince. Madam, you're not possibly thinking of wanting to get married to the prince, are you? If that's what they want, so be it, says someone from behind me. It's Puffer, still in her wedding dress. I've never backed out on a challenge. Never will. I'll wipe out all these delusional maggots. Looks like this makes it my first duty as the prince's wife. Chapter 439, The Six Witches All Together. A peaceful wedding ceremony suddenly turns into a showdown. In the middle of the parade, Puffer and the mermaids are staring daggers at each other. It's the wench who took Prince Rauana away from us. And she's wearing a pretty wedding dress. Talk about conceited. I'm supposed to be in that dress. Resentful voices can be heard everywhere. They must be enraged. Prince Rauana got married. We shall declare war on you like true nobles, says one mermaid from the group. My name is Black Base. I am a sophisticated lady, unlike a commoner like you. So? Eek, how dare you glare at me? This is why commoners are ill-bred. She's scared, but she continues to argue with Puffer. A bottom feeder like you doesn't deserve to be with Prince Rauana. Know your place and get lost this instant. Only a noble woman like me is fit to be the prince's wife. What are you talking about, you hag? Don't think you can get away with this. I'm Prince Rauana's rightful wife. A quarrel has broken out amongst them. I guess they were all united in their hatred of Puffer. Cut the boring talk and get to the point already. Puffer shows her vicious expression for the first time today. If you hate me that much, why don't you try to force me out of my place? If you beat me, I'll let you marry him. How about that? Puffer. Prince Rauana rushes to stop her, but Puffer has made up her mind. Have faith in my powers, hun. Do you really think I can be defeated by a bunch of ladies like them? No. But still. True. Just because Puffer is married now doesn't mean her title as the Witch of the Bitter Cold is gone. She is, without a doubt, one of the strongest potion compounders in the mermaid kingdom. She really is a witch. The aggressive mermaids immediately cower and back away. They feel overwhelmed by Puffer's spirit. The public is watching, too. It's the perfect opportunity to make an announcement. I'll show them the power of the Witch of the Bitter Cold, the prince's wife. Wait a minute, says Platty, interrupting Puffer about to shatter a potion-filled test tube. My wife, who is also Puffer's sister-in-law, briefly hands over Junior to me. What? Are you going to warn me not to go overboard? Warn you? Spare me such nonsense. I'm going to fight too. What? Platty takes out a test tube herself. As your sister-in-law, I won't tolerate anyone who dares sabotage my brother and close friend's wedding ceremony. Sister-in-law? Bleh. Not that name, please. Anyway, I'm not letting anyone rain on your parade. These people deserve a punishment. The mermaids are even more upset after Platty joined. I can tell she's more infamous than Puffer. Being a princess and a witch, her name is enough to frighten anyone. Count me in, then. Lampai? I may not be part of the army now, but it is still my life's mission to protect the royal family. Now that Puffer is also one of them, I must join this fight. Me too. Surprisingly, even Garurufa joined. It's not every day the four of us get to do something together. I want to make good memories. Oh, so that's her reason. How dare you trample on my adorable pupil's new beginnings. And then, to top it off, there's Zothsira. She glares at the group with bloodshot eyes. Who are you calling a pleb? A bottom feeder? These insults toward the pupil I personally trained are unforgivable. Don't think I'll give you a painless death. I will take you into my deep one's body and slowly turn you into flesh and blood over time while you remain conscious. Yikes. That's scary. But these 5 mermaids willing to go into battle are Platty, the crowned witch; Puffer, the witch of the bitter cold; Lampai, the witch of hellfire; Garurufa, the witch of the plague; and Zothsira, the witch of the abyss. Seeing the 6 witches all here is nothing short of magnificent. And then, there's Queen Mai. Only a few people know her other identity, but she's the 6 witches' witch of darkness. This is the perfect battlefield for us 6 witches to run amok. Fight as you see fit. Ladies, burn, freeze, desecrate, devour, whatever it may be. You have Maikan's permission to do so. Let the horror of the witches be known, and add even more flair to this wedding. Yes, Mom. Terrible people have decided to do terrible things. A one-sided trampling down has begun. Puffer has already lowered the temperature of the surrounding air beforehand, slowing down the opponent's movement. Amidst this stalemate, Puffer and Lampai hurl offensive magic potions at the enemy ruthlessly. The potions explode as soon as they hit the target, blowing away the jealous mermaids with a boom. I know they have adjusted the explosive power so as not to kill them, but they're merciless nonetheless. Run. There's no way we'll win this. How could all 6 mad witches be here? Don't be intimidated, and don't run away. If you want to win Prince Rauana's love, you must stay on your feet no matter what. That's impossible, we can't win. I'm so scared it's making me nauseous. It's just your imagination. Strengthen your resolve, and it'll go away on its own. But my head hurts. I feel dizzy, and every part of my body aches. Me too. So do I. Same here. Huh? Among the enemy group, a number of them suddenly complained of physical discomfort. Huh? What's happening to our bodies? He. You're slow to notice. Gararufa, the witch of the plague, lets out an eerie laugh. The way she's behaving right now is much like a mad scientist. My wonderful magic germs are already all over the place. I'm proud to say they only go after the targets in the designated area. Gararufa elatedly explains her magic, but I guess her opponents won't understand her when they're not even familiar with the concept of bacteria. Once infected, it causes symptoms similar to the common cold, except it progresses at a much faster rate. The bacteria die off faster, but can you survive our onslaught with the condition you're all in? Huh? What is that woman talking about? Freak. Gararufa is treated like a crank again. But the worst has yet to come. Zothsira's deep one is so gigantic it can stand upright with its feet on the bottom of the canal, overwhelming opponents just by flailing its arms around. Ah, help. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. The group of ladies who came to harass Puffer can only swim about trying to escape. This is no longer a matter of winning or losing. It can't even be called a battle. But that's understandable. The 6 witches are the top compounders in the mermaid realm. If they all colluded in a fight, not even hundreds of people would be a match for them. Besides, just one of them could handle the situation just fine. What they're doing right now is basically overkill. I'm starting to feel sorry for the mermaids. Fufu. Such a lovely scene this is. Displaying overwhelming power is always such a sight to behold, says Queen Mai. Are you not going to fight, Queen? She's just watching the battle unfold from a distance. Well, you're aware of my unique fighting style, yes? I can't show that to the public, my dear. Sounds like a clever excuse, but I'll take it. Besides, this always happens. Back then, my wedding was also crashed by jealous people who wanted to marry darling. History repeats itself. Huh? What did you do? Did you fight them with solemnization magic? Of course not, my dear. These fists of mine did all the talking, and that's when I was reminded once again, this person is the strongest. Chapter 440, The Wedding Reception. Thus, a hellish trampling down of a battle broke out. Not even a minute had passed before it ended. None of the witches were hurt, nor were their dresses affected in any way. All the jealous mermaids who attacked Puffer for marrying Prince Arauana are now floating on the canal. I think they're alive, at the very least. This can't even be called an intermission, says Platty. That one comment from her was all it took for me to understand. This fiasco was no entertainment for the ladies, let alone a battle. They're too strong. This event would go down in history as a demonstration of the 6 witches' power feared in the Mermaid Kingdom. After all, the place is packed with ordinary citizens who want to catch a glimpse of Prince Rauana's parade. Amazing. This is what the 6 mad witches are like. Who would have thought the 6 mad witches would be seen fighting together? Each one of them is so strong. I guess witches are not called the strongest potion compounders for nothing. The audience goes wild with enthusiasm. But please don't keep calling them the 6 mad witches. They don't like it. These 6 women were chosen after rumors of the strongest mermaid spread far and wide in the nation. Therefore, they aren't related to each other. The audience must be as thrilled as if they're watching an all-star event because they are all in one place to fight as a team. Oh, if only the Witch of Darkness were here. If only, it would have been perfect. The Witch of Darkness is here with us, though. Oh well. This witch's existence itself is dubious. You're right. 5 witches present is still amazing. Don't worry, she exists. All right. Though she is stubbornly refusing to reveal her identity, she is here. My beloved people of the Mermaid Kingdom. This is the power of the 6 witches, the power of fear. If this power is misused, the world will fall into a state of existential peril. The Witch of Darkness speaks of scary things again, but such a serious situation will not happen, because the most prudent and powerful of the group, Puffer, the Witch of the Bitter Cold, is now future King Arauana's wife. Her ferocious nature will wane in the love of my son. The people become more and more excited by their queen's declaration. What an amazing mermaid Prince Rauana is to be able to marry a fearsome witch and bring her under control. Long live the future mermaid king. Puffer, the most ferocious? I beg to disagree on that. SHH, Lampai. This is a public announcement, says Platy to restrain Lampai. I'm crazy. I can't believe she's making me appear that way. You too, Puffer. Don't you get it? This'll make Rauana's public esteem rise more. Platy has her hands full. Although some were not convinced, Queen Mai's speech struck a chord with the people. Long live Prince Rauana. Long live Her Royal Highness Puffer. May you live happily ever after. Our nation will flourish even more in the next generation, as one would expect from someone who has been queen for several decades. Queen Mai knows how to incite her people. Do you understand, Puffer? You have to be able to do this, too. NGH. I will. Someday. The unexpected trouble has entertained the crowd and made it easier for the prince and his wife to be accepted. The parade resumes as planned, and we exit the giant fish's belly and proceed underwater. We will surface and reach Paradise Island, Prince Rauana and Puffer's reception venue. If a Shinsenshiki is a ceremony to vow marriage to God, a wedding reception is a banquet to report that marriage to society. Both are important events. In such a social and secular reception, many more important guests from other nations will be present. A prince's marriage naturally comes with congratulatory speeches and diplomats. This is proof of a good international relationship. It's no surprise that the reception will be held on Paradise Island, which serves as a window to the nations on land. The banquet is already in full swing, with many demons, humans, and dragons gathered in the hall. Mermaids who had come ashore with the bride and groom joined them. I look around and immediately see a familiar face. Demon King, the ruler of the demon kingdom and head of the demon race, is here at the reception. We would have loved to see you at the ceremony too. Oh, no. No, the marriage sacrament is a serious thing for each race. It is not something outsiders can just casually participate in, responds the Demon King with political prudence. Prince Rauana is indeed our ally, but this time I wanted to give priority to the relationship between our nations. Only then will our friendship last for a long time. I see. So that's why he chose to go straight to the reception. Other travel companions who accompanied Prince Rauana during his pilgrimage are also present. Songokuphon, Hakai, and Giza Dragon Ardheg. I'd rather not attend anything as uptight as ceremonies, so I'm thankful we get to be here instead. I can't wait to dig in, says Songokuphon as she makes a beeline from the catered buffet. As for the others, it's been a while, Ardheg. Oh, Lord Saint. I apologize for not having expressed my gratitude to you yet despite all the help you've done for me. His greeting has become similar to a typical Japanese salaryman. Since he's mingling at a buffet for mankind, Ardheg has naturally transformed into his human form. Behind him are about 4 other people. But one of them. I didn't know you were here, Vale. Master. Yay. I get to see Junior again. Vale rushes to Junior, who is in Platy's arms. I thought she'd come with us since she usually never leaves Junior's side, but by the time we were about to leave, she didn't show up. I wasn't expecting we'd meet up here. I wanted to be spared from that boring ritual. So, I stayed here and chowed on some grub while I waited. It's no different from what Songokuphon said. There are other humanized dragons behind Ardheg. Look, Sis Mary. The bride is so gorgeous. Seda, don't let the appearance of an inferior race fool you. If it isn't Bloody Mary and Seda, but why are they with Ardheg? This is so dreamy. I've long admired mankind's marriage ceremonies. I wish I could get married in a pure white dress like that one day. What are you blabbering about? Pathetic of a proud dragon to imitate the likes of this inferior race. But Bloody Mary hasn't been taking her eyes off Puffer, who sits at the bride and groom's table. White doesn't suit me. What do you think, Ardheg? I think any color would suit you, Sis Mary. Are you saying I can wear a wedding dress too? What's with the rom-com atmosphere between these two dragons? Meanwhile, Al Gore, the previous Giza dragon, is busy filling up his plate with a blank expression on his face. I guess that's what happens to someone when they're forced to witness rom-com scenarios up close. Fufu. I'm so happy to see so many people come for Arowana and Puffer's wedding, says Queen Mai solemnly. She's right. There are even dragons here. This must be the first human wedding attended by the Dragon Emperor and his family. This is undoubtedly the work of Arowana and his friends' natural virtue. They've grown to be such fine individuals. What do you say we announce that now? Ahem. Responds His Majesty Nugus. I wonder what it is? Chapter 441, Regal Succession. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Ahem. Queen Mai and King Nugus speak, and the pleasant talks fade. They must have something serious to announce. First of all, I would like to thank you for gathering here today. My son Arowana and his wife Puffer are blessed to have such wonderful friends. Ahem. As you know, my son Arowana is King Nugus' eldest child and is the first in line to the throne. If things continue as they are, the next Mermaid King will undoubtedly be him. Ahem. And today, Puffer, who has become Arawana's wife, will succeed me as the next Mermaid Queen. Ahem. It looks to me like everyone in the hall is annoyed by the ahems. Woo's his problem? He keeps saying ahem. He should just let the hag do all the talking. Hey, Songokuphon Vale, watch your tongues. Both of them have overcome many trials and have reached perfection in mind, body, and spirit. Even if we were to relinquish our title right here and now, I'm confident they will do just fine. Mother? Prince Rawana bursts into tears at these words. The queen speaks not only for herself but also for King Nugus, who has lost his speech after a past incident. Therefore, his mother's words are twice as sentimental. The bride, Puffer, wipes away her husband's tears with her handkerchief, and so Queen Mai continues, we are bequeathing our throne today. Wait, a big announcement out of the blue said so casually. Thanks to that, Prince Rawana is getting all bashful, pressing the queen for answers. Surely, you're joking, mother. I would never say such a thing in jest, especially in a public place like this, my dear. True, we have diplomats among the audience, after all. So, father abdicating his position as king means you'll no longer be a queen too, right? And then, I'll become Mermaid King? Yes, what else could it mean? Prince Rawana crumbles after his doubts are cleared. My child, mommy is just relaying darling's decision to you. Ahem. So, that's why King Nugus has been hemming non-stop to assure us that it is his decision. As I said before, you are already fit to be king, that we can give you the throne at any time, but the sooner, the better, as they say. But it's still so sudden. Well, once you succeed to the throne, there will have to be a coronation ceremony and other related events. We need to gather people once more. If that's the case, it'd be more economical to do it now. Don't you agree? That's your reason? The queen thinks 2 steps ahead. It's like celebrating birthdays near Christmas on the same date to save time and money. If everyone were to go home today and were asked to come again tomorrow for the coronation ceremony, they'd probably think it's a hassle, wouldn't they? Many of the audience look away eloquently. And a cool-down period has to be at least a year from now if there will be any. We also want to retire soon. I hope you understand, dear. But, Prince Rawana is confused by the sudden turn of events. I guess he wasn't informed about any of this in private. Why did they surprise him so? A woman's hand gently grasps Prince Rawana's flailing hands. Puffer? Keep your calm. Representatives from every nation are watching. She's right, the world's dignitaries are watching with bated breath. In this situation, panicking would only lower his reputation. Prince Rawana breathes in deep. Puffer. He looks at the companion he will be with forever. It's not just his problem anymore. If he changes, so must she. Don't worry about me. I'll be wherever you go. So first, sorry. Prince Rawana kneels before his parents once again. I, Rawana, will fulfill the heavy responsibility of the Mermaid King at the risk of my own life. I will serve my country and my people, not disgracing my predecessor. Ahem. King Nugus presents a golden trident, a replica of the sacred weapon. a replica of the sea god Poseidon's most powerful blade, reduced in size so that mortals could wield it. Even so, it's a deadly weapon no ordinary man is not meant to touch. Moreover, it's a sovereign's seal only the man at the top of the mermaid race is allowed to possess. King Negus passing the trident to Prince Rauana also means giving his position and authority as a parent to his child. Prince Rauana stands up and holds the sacred object with both hands. At this moment, he is no longer a prince. A new king is born in this world. I hereby proclaim, Prince, or rather, King Rauana, raises the trident high. I am Mermaid King Rauana. I serve the Mermaid Kingdom, its people, and the whole world in peace. A thunderous round of applause erupts. This is proof that all those gathered here have recognized and congratulated the new Mermaid King. I'm sure no one wanted to go through the trouble of coming back here for the coronation at a later date. They wanted everything settled all at once. And then, there's Puffer, the new Mermaid Queen, standing by the Mermaid King's side. Their new beginning will lead them to a new road. It will be bumpy with many hiccups, but I'm sure they'll pull through. King Rauana and Queen Puffer, a new form of a married couple is born. And so, Prince Rauana and Puffer's wedding was wrapped up nicely. We can no longer call him Prince, but since it's too formal to call him King, we have settled on just a Rauana. He may have been promoted to a higher rank, but his name has a more casual tone to it now. That being said, Rauana and Puffer will always be our dear friends, so we will still visit each other should the opportunity arise. If anything, those with bigger changes in their lives are. This weight is finally off our shoulders. Now that they're retired, Mr. Negus and Mrs. Mai, who are no longer king and queen, will have much more free time. I haven't the slightest clue what they'll do. Chapter 442, A Dialogue Between the Strong. My name is Algor, once the strongest dragon. But things are different now. Perhaps it was the cause of my fall from the highest rank, but I saw a dreadful face at a wedding I was forced to attend. I had hoped never to see her again, even by chance. So why? To us dragons, mankind is a trivial opponent. They are nothing more than insects hovering in our peripheral vision. However, on two past occasions, Algor, once Giza dragon, was threatened by such small insects. One of those two is right in front of him, Mai-kan, a solemnization mage. After the wedding ceremony ended, I had a chance to talk with Fear personified. I didn't want to talk to her, mind you, but if I defy her and anger her, the current me won't be able to fight back. My son has taken all of my powers after beating me. You see, I have no more power left to escape for dear life the second she decides to kill me. What a twist of fate for us to meet again, says the horrifying woman. She's the same woman who tortured me when I was still Giza dragon, and could have killed me at any time. I never would have expected the group leader that defeated me to be your son. Fate does move in mysterious ways. That's the most I could say to make it seem like I've got myself together. There were two humans who survived during their fight with me in the past. One of them was this woman. Her solemnization magic can change the way of the world, surpassing even our magic. We dragons are mere lizards before it. You don't have to be so frightened. You're the father of my son's friend. Likewise, doesn't that make us friends too? Nonsense. The ferocious Giza dragon, making friends with mankind? I could never. What did you say? I humbly offer you my camaraderie. I am nothing more than a helpless dragon. I cannot resist the strong. Well, as your new friend, I'd like to point out your drastic change. You used to go on and on about ending the world, but you're now behaving yourself as some queen. She has a different air to her than, say, 20 to 30 years ago. The woman I met at that time had a wild look in her dark eyes as if she had despaired of everything in the world. She was small, and her breasts weren't as voluptuous as they are now. Oh, how you remind me of things I don't want to remember. Sorry. It's all right. I really shouldn't forget about it. I thought the world had no value and that it would be better to wipe it out, and so I tried to. The frightening thing about her is that she can do it. All of this is possible because of her solemnization magic. What do you call her again? The lifeless queen who gave you that magic? Old princess. She was an immortalized mermaid who lived in an underwater cave dungeon. She discovered the mermaid's primordial magic after a great deal of research, and in order to obtain it, she conducted numerous experiments. This woman was one of her subjects. It's quite common for a mage who has lost their way to use a human as a test subject to develop new magic. If they abduct orphans for that purpose, they are less likely to cause a scene. This woman was probably not the only victim of the underwater undead queen and her antics. I was the lone survivor among the hundreds of other children the old princess used as test subjects. Everyone else couldn't endure the hellish process of opening the magic circuits. Only you endured the experiments. I see. And then, she mastered it. The first thing this woman did with the transcendental magic she had acquired was seek vengeance. Old princess, the lifeless queen, disappeared instantly. Though it was a tragic ending, I made friends with all the children at the testing site. When their lives were discarded like trash, I thought of how wrong this world was. The shock must have been enough to send a child of 10 or so to despair. A young mind and the power to determine the world's destiny. These two extremely unbalanced elements coexisted in one body, an obvious world crisis. Solemnization magic reconfigures the way of the world. It's a system that has a different dimension from other magic forms. The ideal truth for the immortals to pursue in their endless time. Indeed. In fact, Old Princess wasn't the only one who planned to revive solemnization. Almost all of the underwater lifeless kings and queens did the same. So, I eradicated them. What she said was neither a metaphor nor a joke. Just as there are countless dungeons on land, there are countless dungeons on the ocean floor. These are called underwater cave dungeons. If there are dungeons, there should also be a significant number of mermaids that absorb the dense mana there and become lifeless kings. However, at present, there is not a single lifeless king that is merfolk of origin. She wiped out all of them, alone. None of the underwater lifeless kings may have had power equivalent to the 3 wise and 1 fool, but the fact that she was able to pull off such a horrific act was only possible because of the magic she acquired. It was a forbidden and sealed magic form for good reason. I, too, experienced its horror firsthand. At the time, this woman slaughtering the lifeless kings piqued my interest, so I tried to mess with her, but that was a mistake. I did all I could to escape. Destroying the world may be too extreme, but with your power, you could have easily taken over the whole world. But to see you now, governing one nation not as its ruler but as the ruler's spouse. Quite the eccentric woman she is. A happy family is all a woman needs sometimes. I used to think the world was worthless, but my darling taught me differently. I will devote myself to him for the rest of my life and bear his children. What could be better than that? What? I don't get it. Besides, ruling the world isn't really possible, is it? I've heard there's a strong land dweller who pays you, the former geyser dragon, no attention. Ah, the other person I didn't want to remember. He was also incredibly strong. Belphegamilia. Belphegamilia inherited the secret from the 3 wise and 1 fool's sage, ironically becoming a lifeless king while still alive. He's not one to be messed with. I had fought him once on the spur of the moment, but no matter what attack I tried, I couldn't hit him. On the other hand, his counterattacks were painful and lingering. In the end, I ran away, unable to bear the feeling of inevitable defeat. It was no fun, and I never wanted to fight him again. Looking back, these are scary times to live in. You and Belphegamilia, 2 humans with the power to defeat me, were born in the same timeline. But you're not as strong as you say you are. Your son has already surpassed you, and there are others with enough power to do the same should they desire to do so. For example, that saint. Ah, the saint. But can we really call him a human? He's mysterious in ways more than one. However, what she said isn't wrong either, but the only thing more annoying than mankind are the lifeless kings. Both you and Belphegamilia eventually surpassed a geyser dragon thanks to the transcendental power given to you. These immortals are typically like that. They cease being human, and with the eternity they have acquired, they pursue a certain truth. Something beyond the long road that will never be reached in a human lifespan. Both the solemnization magic revived by the old princess and the sage's secret method are proof of this. But why would the immortals give it to the living? As a result, they've made menaces out of Maekan and Belphegamilia. They worked hard to get what they wanted, So why didn't they just keep it to themselves? Why, of all people, would they give this truth to the most vulnerable species? Because they both know that the truth is too much for the dead to handle, replies Maikan. Truth means nothing when it is in the hands of one person. It is only when it's passed on to someone else and spread around the world that truth gains meaning. Old princess only saw me and the children as guinea pigs, but the sage must have wanted someone else to inherit what he had created. You think? Ultimately, humans cannot sever their connection with others, even after they become immortal. This is also one form of truth. The truth I got upon meeting Darling took them thousands of years. It's silly if you ask me. I still don't get it, though. Wait a minute, but isn't that bad? What if other lifeless kings start doing the same thing? There are still many lifeless kings on land. If they were to do the same and offer to the humans the great spells they have nurtured for hundreds and thousands of years, more threats like Maikan and Belphegamilia would ensue. Oh, but isn't that already happening even as we speak? What? There's this lifeless king called Sensei who's acquainted with the saint, I believe. He has been gathering young people and teaching them. My daughter even tells me how his classes are easy to understand. Right. I saw him when I went to visit the saint before. I thought he was just an oddball of an immortal, but now that I think about it, this is a disaster. A lifeless king teaching multiple students equals countless Maikan and Belphegamilias among them. Perhaps Sensei is the most dangerous lifeless king right now. Giving the secrets of the immortals generously to the living like that, the world's power balance is in danger. That farm is a threat. Should we destroy it now while we still have the chance? And do you think I'll let you do that? Eek. For the first time, I felt Maikan's old, intimidating aura. Two of my daughters are staying with the saint. If you do anything out of line, you'll be making an enemy of me. Sorry. I apologized as fast as I could. Still, this venture may bring about something new and influence the world positively. Our generation should watch over it. What kind of world will come out of it? A future where we, the dragon race, are no longer the strongest. Anyway, my rambling conversation with Maikan kept changing topics like so, and we ended up talking for hours before realizing it. Chapter 443, The New Emperor's Growth Part 7, Building the Dragon Emperor's House. I'm Ardheg the Geyser Dragon. Every day has been a blast lately. Why, you ask? The dungeon I had so much trouble making before is coming together nicely. Woohoo! I can do this. I can keep doing this. Woo! Even my voice has become weird from too much excitement. The Dragon Emperor's castle has a unique structure. It is formed from nothing but the Geyser Dragon's mana. Unlike other dungeons, which spring forth from stagnant natural mana, the Dragon Emperor's castle is caused by this single creature. Therefore, its shape will be in accordance with the Geyser Dragon's power and imagination. In other words, me, as I'm new to all this Emperor business, I couldn't create the dungeon of my desires and failed many times. So many times that I even lost confidence as Geyser Dragon. But I eventually pulled through. After much trial and error, I finally figured out the trick to creating the dungeon. In my case, I had enough mana to materialize the Dragon Emperor's castle. The problem was my imagination. Without a clear image of how to utilize my overflowing mana, nothing would take shape. My poor imagination could at most create something small or something weird and flimsy. It came as a shock, even for me. For some time, I seriously thought I had no talent, but not anymore. Since I realized that the key is imagination, I've been doing very well. No one, be it mankind or demon, can imagine anything without any past memories. What I lacked was memories to rely on. Now I can easily recreate and materialize with mana by relying on my memories. I used the palace where my good friend, King Arowana, lives as a reference. By materializing the palace's image exactly as it was, my Dragon Emperor's castle is now looking much better. The recent trip to Paradise Island was also a big help. The spectacular office buildings and guest houses, in particular. We attended Lord Arawana's wedding with the intention of congratulating him, but to think it would reap such unexpected rewards. Is this the meaning behind mankind's saying, "The good you do for others is good you do yourself, Father"? Nonsense. Dragons don't follow mankind's petty wisdom. The little dragon standing next to me is my father and predecessor, Al Gore. He was dethroned from his position as Geyser Dragon after my friends and I joined forces to defeat him. He is now a normal dragon and his power has weakened considerably. His dragon form is also miniature, about the size of a fawn. When he transforms into his human form, he takes the form of a young boy. My human form is the way it is because I chose it to be like that. Oh, is that so? Doesn't the same apply to everyone? One's human form is built according to their preferences. Similarly, my human form has never changed even after I lost my powers. I see. He is by far the oldest dragon in existence, but he likes to look young. No, I digress. We're supposed to be talking about how I have all the necessary references to create the Dragon Emperor's castle, and that includes Paradise Island, where we recently went to. I heard that place is the mermaid race's diplomacy hub. It's natural to make it as grand as possible as it represents their nation's prestige. I heard they even commissioned the dwarves. Dwarves. They are a subspecies that has the most advanced crafting tech. No wonder. I'm impressed. As expected of the Geyser dragon before me, Further knows a lot. I don't like that a dragon is learning from the lower races, but I admit learning is what you need the most right now. What's this out of the blue, father? I think I've learned enough to build a fine dragon emperor's castle. Of course, you've improved considerably, but it's still not enough. In terms of scale, your dungeon is not even close to what I built. What? It's proof that your conceptual ability is lacking. No matter how much effort you exert, the reality is that you still can't maximize this vast plot of land. What I'm trying to say is that you need to gather more knowledge to have a better outlook on the world. You mean, my imagination isn't quite there yet? I'm a dragon, so I have a much longer lifespan than humans. Still, I've never taken an interest in their architecture, nor have I tried studying them in detail. But it seems I need to change that part of me. From now on, I have to broaden my knowledge in order to build a magnificent dragon emperor's castle. It would be embarrassing if the Geyser dragon isn't well informed. Anyway, I've decided what I'm going to do now. And so, I call out to someone. Sister, Sis Bloody Mary. I know she's just nearby, but what's gotten into her? She's blankly staring at the ocean. It's like she's distracted. What's the matter, Sis Mary? You're spacing out. How about we do something fun? Says Seda, annoyingly flying around like a mosquito. I salute her guts to behave like that in front of the Grauglint's dragon. That bride was so pretty, Sis Mary mumbles. She's been saying the same thing ever since we came back from Lord Aroana's wedding. Will I also get to wear a white dress during my wedding? The pure white, elegant dress. No. White is Alexander's color. I've decided to counter that by wearing everything jet black. From the color of my scales and my clothes, there's no way I'll wear white. She was so fixated on the color black for such reason? Dumbfoundedly exclaims father. Does Sis Mary envy Lady Puffer in her wedding dress? Well, she is a woman. Of course, she'd want to dress up fancy. What's the harm? Go and wear a pure white dress if you want, sis. Ape. We dragons can change our appearance freely with dragon magic, including our attire. After all, it's in our nature to be free in every aspect, as father says. Are you saying I can wear a wedding dress? Are you proposing to me? I don't think so, says Seda sluggishly. Huh? Anyway, listen to this, sis. I've decided on a plan for the future. How could you just brush off the wedding dress topic like that? Wait a minute. By plan for the future, are you talking about our future together? Seda mutters yet another I don't think so. Under her breath. Seriously, what is she talking about? You're going to be stabbed in the back someday, Ardheg. Father? Not you too. Well, that's not important. I told Mary what we'd discussed earlier, and then, I think I need to study more to build an even grander dungeon. I must go around and to gather knowledge that will serve as my very foundation. So, I'm going to visit other dungeons, specifically those built by skilled guardians. I'll take their dungeon's most striking features and apply them to my version of the Dragon Emperor's castle. I see what you mean now. Sis Mary is back to displaying her dignity as a strong dragon. So, you're saying you'd like to visit my dungeon, Black Widow Mountain, correct? Normally, I wouldn't show it to my rivals, but I can give you a special tour around. Right. I forgot she has a dungeon of her own. Why does she keep coming here, then? No, I think I'll start from the best dungeon there is. Huh? Not another word from that mouth, son. Further rushes to stop me, but I want to finish what I want to say. I'm going to visit the mountain of the sacred white maiden ruled by Alexander. But before I could invite Sis Mary to come with me, she whacked me. Chapter 444, The New Emperor's Growth Part 8, The Dragon's Field Trip. And so, we make our way to the mountain of the sacred white maiden. My brother Alexander, the Gragalance Dragon's dungeon. The young geezer dragon has come to pay visit at the deepest part of the dungeon. Or should I say the topmost part? Anyway, brother Alexander is here in his human form. It seems he, who shows an unusual compassion for humankind, normally stays in this form. He is a superb dragon that far surpasses even the Dragon Emperor. Perhaps it's easier for him to suppress his powers as a human. We follow the dungeon guardian's lead and transform into our respective human forms. You want to study my dungeon? I admire that hard-working spirit of yours. You're the most powerful dragon, so I thought your dungeon would make a great reference for the creation of a new Dragon Emperor's castle. Alexander is also known as the Crown Prince Dragon, the first candidate to succeed the Geezer Dragon. Of course, in order to be awarded this title, one has to be incredibly strong. Brother Alexander should have been the rightful successor, but he wasn't interested in the title, so it has been handed to me. Otherwise, there was no way a fledgling like me could become the new Geezer Dragon. However, he promised to cooperate with me to the best of his ability. Hence, I've come to turn to him for help today. I hear your dungeon is exceedingly popular among humankind. Please share with us the key to this success. Ha ha ha. You've become a man of flattery now that you've become emperor. That's rare. Brother is visibly cheerful. Making this dungeon is my life's work. While destruction and struggle may make one's heart race with excitement, they are no more meaningful than creation and cultivation. If you have power, you can destroy anything in sight, but that is never the case with creating. Wonderful. That was some wonderful insight, brother. As I thought, brother Alexander was a cut above the rest. Not only is he the most powerful dragon, but he also knows the ways of a ruler. He possesses the qualities of both a hero and a king. But to have your eyes on my dungeon, my brother, means that you are aware of how my dungeon, the mountain of the sacred white maiden, has been humankind's favorite for hundreds of years now. After all, this space is a necessity for them. The more valuable and abundant the materials, the more people appreciate the dungeon. The steeper and more difficult, the more challenging it is for adventurers. In other words, humankind puts value on dungeons. This is important. Without the validation of others, having a dungeon is only a matter of self-satisfaction. In this regard, my dungeon has received 6 stars in the humans rating system. How incredible is that? Dungeons are only rated on a scale of 1 to 5 stars, but I've surpassed that and earned 6. I've never felt so rewarded for my efforts. If you're going to build a dungeon, keep in mind that humankind wants to challenge it. If you create something enjoyable, they will respond to it. That's the whole point of creating. The real thrill. You'll see how fun it is once you try it yourself. TCH. Once you make him talk about dungeons, he'll never stop, says father. That's not good, father. Clicking your tongue is bad manners, irrespective of the occasion. Shut up. Alexander acts like a know-it-all for his age. Creating, my ass. You should just make a dungeon according to the format. He's still not on good terms with brother Alexander, it seems. Speaking of which, Artheg, I've been wondering about something for a while now. Interrupts my brother. You've got quite the group with you today. Well, they all insisted on following me, so Then why do they all look so grumpy? I know, the dragons who visited brother Alexander's dungeon with me are all in a bad mood for some reason. I can still understand father, who had been at odds with brother Alexander from the start, but sis Bloody Mary, why, of all dungeons, does it have to be Alexander's? Isn't mine much more worth studying? Next is Sis Vale. My dungeon is better than Alexander's. It may be smaller, but I'm confident it has more unique features. All of those modifications were done by Master, though. And then, Seda Jaiawa, the strongest dragon, Brother Alexander. Just standing in front of him is making my knees give way. Well, she's simply scared of Brother Alexander's presence. But as for the other two, why are you here, Sis Vale? Didn't you go back to the farm? Mary invited me, okay? Said to join her in nitpicking Alexander's dungeon. Why all this spiteful energy, Sis Mary? I understand her hostility toward Brother Alexander since she once wanted the Giza dragon's throne, but still, what's this? Sis Mary slides her finger across the floor and look how dusty it is. This dungeon is not very clean, is it? No, Sis Mary. You're already acting like an in-law even before your marriage. What did they come here for, I wonder? It's as expected the floor would be dirty. My sincerest apologies. I am responsible for not cleansing my great master's throne. Who was that? I noticed there's someone by Brother Alexander's side. They're humanoid, but they have no flesh, just bones. I could tell at a glance they were undead. And you are? A lifeless king serving Master Alexander, sir. What? You're being served by a lifeless king, brother? That's amazing. No other dragon has that privilege. Even I could get myself a lifeless king as my servant if I wanted to. I have my own pseudo-corpse just loitering around my area. Sis Mary and Vale's competitive spirit Sarah blaze. And wasn't Sis Vale referring to Sensei? Isn't he more like her guardian? Not at all. Unlike the other immortal kings, I am but an insignificant undead. I'm nowhere comparable to the three wise and one fool. Something about his modesty feels eerie. And yet, my sisters take his words at face value and are being arrogant about it. Alright? A lifeless king who is nothing more than a follower is not that powerful. We're dragons. Beings worthy of respect. The lifeless king reverently bows his head, but that's him being hospitable to his guests, right? I wonder how he acts when he's not dealing with guests. Please grant their wishes and show them around my dungeon to their heart's content. As the master wishes. The immortal king obeys my brother's command. Oh, you won't be the one showing us around? Don't you have respect for the dragon Emperor Giza dragon? Says Sis Mary in a provoking tone. Please stop. In terms of ability, Brother Alexander is far superior to all of us. You make a good point. It pains me to say this, but I cannot leave this place. I hope you'll let my butler guide you on my behalf. And why is that? A group of adventurers are almost at the top of the mountain. Wouldn't it be a shame if they had reached the goal? But the guardian is nowhere to be found? How thoughtful of him. Are you referring to Momoko's party, my liege? They're on the 10th level now, but judging from how exhausted they appear, we may have to retire soon. In addition, Son Gokafon lurks about on the 11th level. I will stand by my decision nonetheless. I believe in humankind's potential. And so I will sit here and wait. I'll leave it to you to take care of my siblings. Understood. My brother is so cool. He trusts the humans who challenge him and fulfills his duty by taking them on. TCH. A goody two-shoes through and through. Disgusting. Dragons should be more vicious. I can do better than that. The other dragons don't approve of brother's behavior. We're an irredeemable race, aren't we? This way, please. Right. Thank you. We begin our tour of the finest dungeon, guided by the lifeless King Butler. Chapter 445, The New Emperor's Growth Part 9, The Finest Dungeon Structure. I, Giza Dragon Ardheg, am at the Mountain of the Sacred White Maiden, ruled by my brother, Alexander. It is a dungeon second to none, according to humankind. I'm here to gain insight into its inner workings for future reference. Allow me to give you an overview of the dungeon as we tour the main route, says the lifeless king, my brother's butler. One of the world's two greatest calamities following the other is enough to tell us how much Alexander transcends the other dragons. The Mountain of the Sacred White Maiden is classified as a mountain dungeon. It is formed when the natural mana circulating around the world is dammed up by a mountain and stagnates there. We know that much. Don't make fun of us. My apologies. Manners, Sis Vale. I came here to learn, so I appreciate the butler's efforts in recapping things from the very basics. However, this dungeon was expanded by the master's mana. That's why it's also the largest mountain dungeon in the world. Oh, that's no different from the Dragon Emperor's castle made by the Giza dragon. Well, Alexander does have the capacity to do it, vexingly says father. A hybrid of natural mana and a dragon's. That explains the dungeon's spaciousness. It even exceeds the scale of the Dragon Emperor's castle I built long ago. This mountain dungeon is currently divided into 33 sections. 33 is a lot. There are 24 main sections and 8 subsections plus 1. The main mountain we were just at consists of 12 stratums, and you can proceed from 2 routes. 12 times 2 equals 24 sections. But why 2 routes? It is so that we can meet the adventurer's needs. Sis Mary and Sis Vale are whispering to each other behind me. 12 stratums, he said. How many does yours have? 10. Got a problem with that? Damn it, I even lost to your dungeon. They're being competitive for no reason again. I understand the main sections now, but what about the 8 subsections plus 1? The master has taken care to recreate a variety of environments to allow for the collection of a plentiful variety of materials in those areas. It doesn't let you reach the mountain top, but you can get most of the materials not available elsewhere. I guess they are trying to provide a wide variety of materials by preparing different environments. Different monsters and materials only spawn when certain conditions are met. After all, the subsections are the Rocky Mountain, Tropical Mountain, Volcano, Snowy Mountain, Poison Mountain, Thunder Mountain, Mine, and Sacred Mountain, each with their own lifeless kings as wardens. Huh? You mean there's more than one of you? They're all S-class adventurers who turned into undead and pledged their allegiance to Master Alexander. They're called the Elite Eight, and you can challenge the monsters they raised by going to the deepest parts of each subsection. What about you? No one would win if I joined the fray, sir. Oh, if you win against the Elite Eight's monsters, you will receive a badge as a reward. If you collect badges from all 8 sections, you will be given the right to challenge the master at the mountain top. What's up with that system? Wait. What happens if I go to all 8 sections and reach the summit without collecting any badges? In such a case, you will receive a compliment and a memento from the master himself. What a lenient system. The reason we originally created this badge system was to measure the challenger's ability to fight the master. But there's no way humanity can have a fair fight with him. In the end, we kept it for formality's sake. That makes sense. Getting to fight the master is special in itself. He fights with great care so as not to kill the other party. Why would Brother Alexander bother himself with such a pointless activity? I get it, exclaims Sis Vale. What did she get from all that? He's just like Master. You see, he offers maximum excitement to those who challenge him. He used to say that when he built Torquebo's castle and hosted the expo. Lord Saint did? Brother Alexander and Lord Saint had the exact same idea? Wise men cross the same bridge at times, huh? I see. So, the most important thing in making a dungeon is to amuse the intruders in every possible way. Yeah, Master called it entertainment. Entertainment. That's what's essential to dungeon building. I've already learned something important on my first dungeon visit. As expected of Brother Alexander's dungeon, of course, Lord Saint's philosophy too. Entertainment, huh? Did you think about this when you made your dungeon, Mary? Not even one bit. But if Brother Alexander and Lord Saint think alike, then there must be some significance to it. Alrighty then. I, Grinsel Dragon Vale, shall show you the ropes. You will? Don't underestimate me. I share Master's philosophy and was well received at the expo and at the stall in Orcubo's castle. Wow, you have learned wisdom from Lord Saint and have made it your own. Okay, I'll relay this to Alexander, and we'll launch a new entertainment project here in the dungeon. Let's go back. The Master likes to have fun, so I'm certain he'll approve of it. What a turn of events this is. Sis Vale, who had been taught by Lord Saint, will launch a project in Admirable Brother Alexander's king-sized dungeon. She wants me to learn what it means to make a dungeon from that. The next day, the plan is set in motion. Adventurers who are going to challenge the dungeon today, I have an announcement to make. says the butler on the first stratum. Many adventurers, both experienced and new, pass by the dungeon entrance. It's the perfect place for an announcement. Oh, it's the lifeless king butler. It's rare to see him come all the way down here. Is it another remodeling notice? The adventurers, accustomed as they are to hear such information, pay close attention to the butler, assuming that he must have something meaningful to say. The guild is the one that usually sends out the notice, but because of the urgency of the matter, I have decided to announce this directly. The dungeon will be hosting a special event starting today. Special event? What's that? Please tell us more. Everyone is curious to hear what the butler has to say. It's Dragon Enhancement Month. Dragon Enhancement Month? The butler continues. The dungeon is currently being visited by the master's younger siblings. They are Giza Dragon Ardheg, Gragalance Dragon Bloody Mary, Grinzel Dragon Vale, and Grinzel Dragon Seda. These dragons roam the dungeon and attack adventurers they encounter. That's what Dragon Enhancement Month is. Wait. So, does that mean multiple dragons will be roaming around the dungeon like normal monsters? That sounds like a nightmare. I'd die if I stepped 1 foot inside. The dungeon's difficulty has already increased dramatically because of that angel. The adventurers are loudly protesting. They're probably wondering why would anyone propose such an absurd plan. Because we want you adventurers to have a fruitful dungeon crawl. More like fruitless. We'll lose everything in an instant, including our lives. Why do you think we could have a fruitful dungeon crawl at such a daunting difficulty? They have a lot of questions. In contrast, the butler calmly responds. I will quote directly the words of the proponent, Lady Vale. Thrill is the best entertainment. That statement left all the adventurers present speechless. Thrill is the best entertainment. Both unsparing and difficult, a slight miscalculation can cost you everything. It is only by overcoming such a hellish situation that one can feel a sense of accomplishment greater than any other. That is thrill and entertainment. So that's how it is, Sis Vale. I understand now. This is the secret Lord Saint has shared with you. To master it, I, Ardheg, must become the pinnacle of difficult for these adventurers. We have been watching the happenings on the first stratum through distant magic. However, Father agonizingly mutters, will they even feel a sense of accomplishment if they were forced to participate in something clearly way beyond their league? Chapter 446, Dungeon Cart. I'm Shabe, an adventurer, and I'm in dire need of help right now. A few days ago, the dungeon I was in changed like a nightmare. Dragons started roaming around the area. Why? What is going on here? Aren't dragons supposed to be at the deepest part of the dungeon as guardians? Why are they loitering around like normal monsters? And not just one, but 4 of them. This nightmarish situation took place in the Mountain of the Sacred White Maiden. It is regarded as the world's best dungeon. But this sudden change in difficulty sent everyone into despair. No one dare enter, because once you set foot inside, it becomes a brutal dungeon from which you would never get out alive. Ever. Come on. We're talking about multiple dragons here. How is anyone supposed to attempt a dungeon crawl if you're encountering dragons now and then? There's even a devilish angel named Songokaphon roaming around, and encountering her is equivalent to failing. I was hoping the increase of similar walking game killers would make Songokaphon slacken her assaults, but I was wrong. If anything, it only made her more competitive. And we adventurers face these negative consequences. We're in trouble. The S-class adventurer Silver Wolf has been knocked out by a dragon. What? When we rush to check on him, I find my idol, Silver Wolf, is already being carried down the mountain. He's beaten so badly, damn it, I failed. We're no match for dragons, after all. Please hang in there, brother. Fuck this. I'll avenge my idol myself. Maybe that's impossible. I lost, but I found a weakness in one of them. It's the black dragon named Bloody Mary. Whoa. Silver Wolf didn't let himself come back empty-handed despite his defeat. This must be what sets S-class apart from the rest of us. If you bombard her with lines like you and Ardheg look good together, or your husband said he loves you, she'll look away in embarrassment, take advantage of that moment and run away. That's incredible. But in exchange for this valuable information, my idol had to withdraw, his whole body in tatters. The dragons seem like they're going easy on us, but this is still intolerable. There is no way I can clear a difficulty level that would wipe out even an S-class adventurer. What should I do? At the end of it all, I'm here in one corner of the dungeon, on the verge of death. As I continued my dungeon crawl in self-abandonment, a dragon spotted me. Careless, I fell off a cliff and am now severely injured. I can't move a muscle in my body from the intense pain. I managed to escape from the dragon, but I don't think I can continue in my condition. Actually, my life is in danger right now. It's all over for me as soon as a monster comes by here. This is such a dumb way to die. Some of my comrades have told me that it's better we hold off our climb until the dragons are gone. Dragons are usually capricious creatures, so they will go away eventually if you're patient enough. The butler even said dragon enhancement month. Note, month. But something bugs me. Avoiding danger is not an adventurer's way of life, is it? If you want a peaceful life, why don't you just work for the government or something? Choosing the path of an adventurer means taking risks. Otherwise, it's not worth it. But any risk beyond a certain limit is a hard pass for me. Okay? No, I don't want to die a stupid accidental death after being chased around by these dragons. I want to survive somehow. I want to live and conquer dungeons. I want to be an S-class adventurer. And then, that's right, I want to find the Saints' farm. Ugh, I still want to do so much. Someone, help me. Man, you're noisy. Huh? I notice there's someone beside my paralyzed body. It's a little girl. A girl? In this extremely dangerous dungeon? She's not supposed to be here. Consider yourself lucky I found you. More like your inner voice was too loud. I could even hear you from outside the dungeon. Huh? No. This is not the time to be confused. I'm sorry little girl, but could you please go get some help? As you can see, Big Brother is in a pinch right now. Shut up. I don't care if you die or live. Phew. What is wrong with this child? Her words and behavior are savage. What you should be thinking about is whether or not to eat ramen. Ramen? What's that? Sit here, and you'll understand. The girl nimbly lifts me up. I see something strange next to me. Thanks to my elevated perspective. A hut? It's a wooden hut with wheels on both sides. Sit here. This is the customer's seat. Customers? And what do you mean cart? Shortly after being forced to sit down, the smell of food fills the air. The girl stands on the opposite side and starts rummaging through something. Is she cooking? When I told Master about this place, he got mad at me. He said it's not a game if it's not meant to be cleared. I don't know what she's talking about, but I agree with what her master said. So, I decided to make some adjustments. Sada and Mary can chase you all they want, but you should be fine after eating my ramen. Inside the bowl the girl puts on the table contains food I have never seen before. This is ramen? What is this? Some kind of soup, but what are all these long, thin things in it? It looks so bizarre. Eat up. The only choice you are allowed is to eat ramen here or die. That's it? No, I'll eat it. Either way, I was going to die of exhaustion and hunger after being chased around by the dragon. Even if this ramen was poisoned, I would still eat it. I could still feel the pain in my body, but with shaky hands, I managed to grab the bowl and drink the soup. Oh, it's delicious. Super delicious. I also tried some of the long, thin strips, which were also delicious. What is this tender texture? The more I ate, the stronger I felt, and I finished it in no time. Another bowl. We only do second servings of noodles. You've already finished your soup. Phew. You've got to be kidding. But as soon as I finished eating the ramen, power surged through my body. The injuries I sustained from falling off the cliff have completely healed. Is this the power of ramen? Sada's broth can be diluted up to 500 times, so even a human being can eat it like a normal meal. Even so, it's still pretty potent. Once inside the body, it heals all injuries and increases physical capacity many times over. I bet. My body feels light. I feel full of power. I'm as strong as a B-level adventurer now. You just had my farm-style soy sauce tonkatsu ramen. I'm serving it for free during Dragon Enhancement Month. This power-up should balance things out. Oh, wow. Thank you, little girl. With my current power, I think I can make it to the top while avoiding the dragons. I guess there's always a return on the risk. Only those who have taken on the greater risk of facing dragons can eat this ramen, and they will be able to increase their power. What a wonderful world we live in. Getting through danger to get the results. This is the way of an adventurer. Chapter 447. The Royal Mermaid Couple Visits. It's me. Arowana and Puffer have come to our farm to hang out. Already? Didn't they just get married? We had a very emotional parting with Puffer before she left the farm, so to see her back here so soon feels awkward. I'm still glad they came to visit us, though. Sorry, Lord Saint. I'm afraid we're going to be busy from now on after succeeding the throne. Oh right. He's no longer Prince Arowana but King Arowana. He was given the throne at his wedding and is now the regal head of the Mermaid Kingdom. The responsibility and workload must be incomparable to when he was a prince. First, I have to build my regime, so it looks like we won't have time to visit for the next few months. That's why we thought of visiting now rather than later. I see. Then please make yourselves at home and unwind as much as you like. In fact, someone did used to call this place her home until a few days ago. How do you do, Your Majesty? Queen Puffer. Don't call me that. The garish sound of it makes my whole body itch. Platty openly teases Puffer, our former resident. Oh, no, you've got it all wrong. I'm only trying to pay my respects to the new mermaid queen. It feels so unnatural. I've done my preparations, but being crowned queen this fast is too sudden even for me. Come on, Queen Puffer, let's get along. Okay, Queen Puffer. We're giving and taking, Queen Puffer. How about a political purge while you're at it, Queen Puffer? Platty keeps on her relentless banter. I was about to stop her, but Arowana beat me to it. No, Puffer has to get used to being a mermaid queen. A little teasing shouldn't hurt. It'd be best if she grows out of feeling upset as fast as possible. The royal couple sure has it rough. The weight of responsibility on them is different. As my spouse, Puffer must support me in my private and public affairs. At the moment, we are short of human resources. Many of the key retainers are retiring along with father in order not to influence the new regime. I am struggling to select young people to take their place. Why is Arowana staring at me while he talks about this? Lord Saint, would you like to be the Prime Minister of the Mermaid Kingdom? No, no, no. I can't believe he wants to recruit me. I can't. I have a farm, and besides, it's not in my nature to serve in the palace. You have a point. I imagine I'll be on bad terms with the Demon King if I employ you. I suppose I'll have to give up on the idea. That's what convinced you to drop the idea? Well, at any rate, a strange turn of events was avoided. Good. Is the situation that bad that you wanted to recruit, dear? No. We have a lot of talented young people. However, they're all in lower ranking positions. It would be rash of me to have them replace our retiring veterans. I guess it's hard to establish a new system, but more than anyone else, I'd like to select Hendra. I was expecting his name would be mentioned eventually, but of course. He's one of the best in the country in terms of ability, personality, and trust from the king. However, since he isn't officially employed, it's hard to select him for the job. I really want to make him a general, but if I give such a big role to a man who is not affiliated with the military, it will cause friction. He's having a hard time with this. If he had at least gone back to his parents' house, it wouldn't be a problem, but for some reason, they are still neglecting to stay in contact. I thought Lampai would help resolve the issue. They must have their reasons. Lampai is a rational woman. Puffer defends her equal, who has worked with her on this farm for a long time, in a somewhat queen-like manner, but I truly want Hendra to be my confidant. Do you know of a way to get him to play an active role whilst minimizing the friction with my people, Lord Saint? If I answer that question, wouldn't I be interfering in your nation's politics? Then again, I can't just ignore Arawana's worries either. How about creating a new position? Oh. You can try to create a position that has less power but can still do a lot. That way, others will not look at Hendra with hostility, and if you say that he's acting on behalf of the king's power, people are bound to obey him. You know, something like the Grand Chamberlains during the Edo period. Hendra has been working under Araoana's direct orders from the start, so I'd say it's right up his alley. After he has racked up a good track record, he can be made a minister or a general. Thank you so much, Lord Saint. To think you could so easily answer a politically oriented question like this. It's all because of the history novels I've read in my world that I can act like I know my stuff. Alright, I'll make sure to talk to Lanpai about this. I think it would be more authentic to do this personally, don't you agree? Oh, Queen Puffer, you're becoming more and more fitting into your role, using your connections to get the people your husband wants. Stop making fun of me. Please. Platy is still not done teasing the new queen. To be honest, I never dreamed I'd be in this position. But I'll do whatever I can as queen for Hun. And I see you've become more aware of it, says Araoana with satisfaction. Maybe it was for the best that we waited so long before the wedding. You were fortunate to live here on the farm and develop the ability to lead others. Perhaps Mother had thought that far ahead, that's why she was against our marriage at the start. I don't think so. Queen Maid delayed your marriage as long as possible because she didn't want her beloved son to leave her. On the bright side, this gave the couple time to sort things out and shape their minds as king and queen. This is what made the surprise succession to the throne a reality. The way things have been arranged also makes me wonder if it was really all planned out. Getting married feels nice. I used to think that if you live together, it doesn't matter what people call you, but hearing husband and wife just has a different ring to it. Seeing them happy means our hard work was worth it. We had to do our part and get former Queen Mai to let them get married, after all. But it was the couple themselves who persevered the most. Their wish came true, and they became a married couple. I wish them all the best in their life together. Hey, Queen Puffer, want some tea? What now? And when will you stop calling me that? I've got some pickles here made by our new brewery personnel. Oh, I see Discus is doing great as my protege. I was thinking of seeing her after this. Someone else made this batch. Puffer eats a pickle and who made theirs, and she flips out. They're not pickled thoroughly. The bed is not properly seasoned. Who dares to call themselves my heir and make such bland pickles? Oh, are you mad? Actually, Angel pickled these. Platy seems to be enjoying her daily life. We also have a son named Junior, and the farm is growing day by day. I thought there was nothing missing. It may be a little too late for this now, but I realized something after we attended Araoana and Puffer's wedding. We didn't have a marriage ceremony, did we, Platy? I've decided what we're doing next. Chapter 448, The Saint's Wedding Ceremony. Platy and I are husband and wife, and it has been a while since we've been living together. We even have a child, Junior, who's napping on Platy's nap right now. However, it's not as if we have nothing missing in our smooth sailing life. Now that we've come so far, there are times when we look back and wonder if we should have left things the way they have been for so long. For example, we're not officially married. I met Platy by chance when I fished her with my line. Literally. Maybe you don't know what I'm talking about, but Platy pushed herself on me to be her husband, and that still holds true to this day. Since our married life happened out of impulse, there are many things we haven't done. A wedding is one of them. If I hadn't noticed, it might have continued that way. However, after witnessing Araoana and Puffer's grand wedding, I began to think we should have one, too. It's like a sense of duty or compulsion of some sort. Then came these words: shall we have one too? A wedding, I mean, dear? Violently reacts Platy. She stops teasing Queen Puffer for once and turns to look at me. Think about it. We never had a proper ceremony, did we? Seeing Araoana's wedding ceremony made me realize we should do it too, although I'm well aware it's a tad too late for that. I thought Platy would get angry and say, "What's this out of the blue?" But, dear, she approaches me rather emotionally. This startled Junior awake. Yes, 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 yes. Let's get married right now. Junior confusedly looks at his surroundings, unsure of what's going on. He was just having his precious afternoon nap. Calm down, Mommy. Why not? Sounds good to me, says Araoana. Everything you do has always exceeded our imaginations, Lord Saint. I'm sure the wedding will be quite the staggering one should you decide to hold it. Please don't raise the bar on me like that. It is never too late to do something. If you're going to have a wedding, we will certainly be there. Didn't you just say you'll be busy from now on? By the way, Queen Puffer has left the scene to go pick on Angel. Well, I had a feeling we had a son late, but not too late. All right, let's make this wedding the culmination of all the love that Platty and I have cultivated up to this day. Yua. Platty throws Junior high in the air out of uncontrollable joy. And then, she catches him. Platty, stop. Junior's not ready for that. But anyway, let's start preparing for the wedding. There's lots to be done. The first matter we need to tackle is Veil, I guess. Why Veil? You ask. I suppose you can say I'm also married to her. This was in the early days of the farm's development, when Platty decided to get married to me out of impulse. Veil joined the bandwagon as if she were taking advantage of the situation. It has been 3 years since. I have treated Platty and Veil equally. But maybe it all boils down to my consciousness. The more Platty spent time with me, the more authentic our marriage felt. And now, we even have Junior. On the other hand, nothing special happened with Veil. I mean, we have made many memories, and I believe that we've formed a bond deep enough to be worth the time we have spent together. However, that bond doesn't count to say we're married. I wonder how Veil sees our relationship. Since I'm having an official ceremony with Platty, I feel that I shouldn't proceed with loose ends here and there. So, I'm going to Veil, who's completely obsessed with making ramen right now. There's still a certain bitterness to it, says Veil after tasting the broth she has been slowly simmering. As is the pattern lately, she's inside her little kitchen, busy perfecting her broth. She wears a black shirt and a hakamaki, and if she folds her arms, she'd look just like those ramen chefs posing for advertisements. Maybe more vegetables will milden the taste, and increase Sada's extract by 0.2%. Veil, I can't stand here all day, so I call out to her. Veil finally notices me and smiles. Oh, Master, did you come to observe me make ramen? Nope. Well, you do need to be supervised so you don't go off in a disastrous direction. Look, Master, my original gonkatsu ramen is close to perfection. I'll have it ready by the time Junior can eat it. You want Junior to eat that? But it's such a toxic food item. That's right. Veil loves Junior a lot as if he were her own child. Sometimes this even puzzles me and Platty, Junior's biological parents. I wonder how she sees us as her family. Of course, in a broader sense, Veil is an important family member. I don't want to lose the bond we've had just by touching on an ambiguous matter, but if we don't take that risk and the move forward, we won't be able to forge a stronger bond. I decide to take the plunge. Hey, Veil. I tell Veil that I'm getting married to Platty. Oh, like that thing you attended underwater recently? Sure, why not? That's all you're gonna say? I'm surprised at how easily she accepted it. Don't you have any other thoughts, Veil? That time when I said I'm also marrying you? I didn't really understand the whole marriage thing back then. I was fine as long as I could get your holy sword. Wah, and then, a lot of things happened since then. Further has been defeated, so I don't need the holy sword anymore. All I want is to live with you guys and have fun. Veil. Master is kind and cooks lots of delicious food. Platty can be a pain sometimes, but there's never a dull moment with her around. And then, there's Junior. Junior is adorable. I will protect him forever. The word forever is not just a metaphor when a dragon says it. I'm afraid, I'm having the time of my life here. I'll keep guarding this place for Master and Junior and everyone else forever. Veil, I can't believe you thought that much of me. Veil, I rush to hug Veil. Platty, too. Veil, we'll always be family. Let's all live happily together. I'm moved to know how much you thought of us. Mommy is very happy. Keep taking care of our Junior, okay? When did Platty get here? Anyway, she joins the hug while Junior's in one of her arms. Oh oof. What's going on? Why is Master and Platty sandwiching me? I can't breathe. Wig, I feel like my insides are about to burst out any moment. Now that our doubts with Veil have been cleared up and our bond remains strong, we can finally get on with the wedding. Chapter 449, The Nuptial Preparation. Let's get this belated wedding started. Platy wished it could be held this instant, but haste makes waste. A wedding is a once-in-a-lifetime event. So, if something goes wrong, it can never be undone. This sleep-up often becomes the source of snide comments for the rest of one's life. That's why, on top of a scrupulous preparation, I'm gonna make sure the wedding will be as perfect as it can be. Arowana and Puffer's wedding was a huge success, so I'm aiming for the same thing. Without further ado, let's make a list of what we need. Wedding dress, rings, cake, bouquet toss, souvenirs. A wedding dress is a must, as Mrs. Zusters and Puffer also wore one. I'll have my gorgeous Platy dressed up in a magnificent dress on our wedding day. Making the dress is easy. All I have to do is ask Betamy. She was accumulated enough experience after making wedding dresses for 2 brides, so I'm sure it's an easy feat for her. As for the souvenirs, plates are considered classic, so I'll leave that job to the elves. The wedding cake is a perishable good, so I'll prepare it right before the wedding. That leaves us with the wedding rings. Rings exchanged with a promise to each other until death do you part. Since ancient times, a wedding's extravagance has primarily depended on how many months' salary the engagement ring is worth. There are even anecdotes of fearless men who have dived into lava tubes and waterfall caves to obtain a pair of rings. I'm rather astonished at myself that I've yet to give her a wedding band even though we're married, but our motto for this event is, it's never too late. I'll give Platy the wedding ring she deserves, but then, I realized something. Did my brother-in-law Arowana exchange rings at his wedding? I don't remember that they did. It's not good to assume things. This is a fantasy world. What was common knowledge in my world could be not so common here. Marriage, in which a man and a woman become life partners to bequeath the next generation, is a common practice, but there may be differences in its intricacies. I wonder if this world has its own customs regarding wedding rings. To confirm things, I asked the passers-by about this, to which they all responded with a puzzled look. Maybe they don't have such a concept after all. No, I should take this as an opportunity. If no one else knows about it, I can be its trend starter. I'm going to shape the new world of weddings. Just the thought of it is getting me fired up. Well then, let's work on those wedding rings. Huh? What are you doing, dear? Platy is breastfeeding Junior. I silently caress her left hand, especially her ring finger. She probably feels awkward because she doesn't understand what I'm doing. I'll keep it a surprise for her. Now, allow me to explain. My ability, the Hand of Supremacy, can easily measure and remember the exact size of the object I touch. This allowed me to accurately measure the circumference of Platy's ring finger. I have all the information I need. All that's left is to make the product. Thanks. I can move on to the next phase. I don't know what you're doing, but hurry it up, okay? Thinking about our wedding in the near future keeps me awake for nights on end. I'm glad Platy is looking forward to the wedding as much as a schoolgirl the night before a field trip, but just be patient. I'll make sure you'll have the best wedding ever. Making the rings is easy with the Hand of Supremacy. This gift, given to me by Hephaestus, the god of crafting, not only has the power to bring out the maximum potential in what I touch, but it also has the power to make things, and I've made a wide variety of items with it. I'll be using the ever so versatile mana metal for today's project. You may think I've owned this challenge, but there's a problem. It looks insipid, and this is just the prototype. I shaved the mana metal based on Platy's size and completed the ring by kneading it, but its appearance was, well, plain. A simple metal ring. It is neither more nor less than that. Since it's a piece of jewelry, the appearance should be decorated to make it fashionable, like adding engravings or gemstones. I mean, most rings are studded with gemstones to look stylish. However, my prototype has no such flair. It is classless, like an eccentric old man living deep in the mountains. Its lack of glamour doesn't scream marriage in any way. Yes, this is the only weakness of my ability. It does not come with added artistic talent. Thanks to this, I have completed a boring ring. This shortcoming is what made me rely on Betamy for sewing clothes and on the elves for making tableware and household items. I didn't think it would hinder me in this situation, either. If I gave such an unappealing ring to Platy. Huh? What's this cheap, shabby-looking thing? It says a lot about how much you love me. We're getting divorced. What if it comes to that? Do I need to tackle this with a new approach? If I can't make it myself, I can always outsource Betame's clothes, the elves' crafts, and so on. I also have a similar option for the ring. At first, I thought making it myself would be the most sentimental, but how many men have taken on such a difficult task? Probably not a fraction or even a fraction of a percent. So, I'll ask a professional instead and express my love by the amount of money it will cost me. Not that I'm actually earning right now. The question is, who's that professional? I immediately rack my noggins to think of someone who could address this issue. The people I've met and the connections I've made are my assets. I will use them to show my love for Platy. And then, I thought of the dwarves, a race of people who are said to be the best at making things. Chapter 450, Commissioning the Dwarves. My relationship with the dwarves goes back a long time. We first got acquainted through the magic steamboat I wanted to build. Since then, I've always relied on them whenever I needed to make a delicate metal mechanism. Dwarves are said to be a subrace of demons. However, their physical characteristics bear no resemblance to their ancestors. They are short and stout. It seems their lifestyle has influenced them extensively. In the Dwarven Empire that stretches beneath the Earth's surface, holes are still being dug in all directions to mine ore, further expanding their territory. This narration is about me visiting them at the underground Dwarven Empire. "Welcome, Lord Saint. We are thrilled to have you here with us," says Pops Edward, the supposed king of his race, welcoming me with open arms. I feel intimidated on the inside by being welcomed by the ruler himself. You don't have to go this far to welcome me." "Nonsense. You're a VIP here at our empire, Lord Saint. We will treat you with the utmost hospitality." "But why?" "I don't remember commissioning them a grand project." "Now, Lord Saint, what will today's order be?" asks the king of the dwarves in a flirtatious manner. "Oh yeah, Edward may be a king in terms of his position, but he prefers people to call him Pops instead. Maybe it's his occupational fixation?" "Yes. Actually, I do want you to make something." "Let's hear it. You can leave all the crafting to us. We're not like those elves needing dirt." After all, their rivalry with the elves is as fierce as ever. Is this like interracial rivalry or just a personal grudge? "So, what do you want us to make?" "It must be something beyond our imaginations, I reckon." "I want you to make me a ring." "Pardon?" When I told him my request, the sparkle in Pop's eyes vanished. "A ring, I see." Why does he look so disappointed, like a kid who received an encyclopedia for their birthday? "Oh, no, a ring would be all right." "But wait, a ring?" "Quite the mundane item for someone like you, Lord Saint. Please conceal your disappointment a little in front of your client." Apparently, he had a hunch that I would commission something outlandish and bizarre, something he had never seen before. Contrary to this, a ring seemed to be far too ordinary. "Well, rings are the most common order we receive." "Is that so?" "We receive orders from the demons almost daily as rings are small and cheap. It's also the perfect job for novices to start on." No wonder he felt so let down by my unoriginal and unexciting request. But please don't get the wrong idea. An order from a VIP is still an order, no matter how uninspiring it is. We will finish it with utmost sincerity and devotion. You lost all sincerity when you said uninspiring, though. I thought I should just ask someone else, but I decided to tell him more about my order. "I actually want 2 rings, one for me and one for my wife." "A ring as a gift for your wife? Is there something odd about that?" "No. I just thought it would be an unusual use for a ring." "What? Unusual?" "In this world? Okay, wedding rings may not be the norm here, but isn't it normal for a man to give a woman a gift? And isn't a ring one of the basics? They're usually for personal use. To win battles, our clients demand the utmost tune-up. What do the people of this world do with rings?" The culture gap is becoming clearer and clearer. "Oh well, I brought the materials with me. Here you go." "Eek. Mana metal?" Pops stopped breathing for a moment when he saw the mana metal ingot on the desk. "Is this all right with you?" "Why yes." Pops Edward of the underground Dwarven Empire, won't go into multiple cardiac arrests so easily. Any normal living being would have kicked the bucket after the first time, though. We cannot ask Sensei to come all the way here, so I'm counting on you not to go into cardiac arrest, Pops. A small amount of mana metal to make a ring won't scare me. Don't look down on the chief dwarf. It's also abnormal to die just by looking at a lump of metal if you ask me. Maybe mana metal has a unique effect against dwarves, similar to a silver bullet killing a werewolf? Let's get down to business, shall we? Before we start making the ring, let's hear your order in detail. Oh, like what kind of ring do I want it to be? And then, based on the answers, the craftsman will create a product that satisfies their client. That's pretty straightforward. Since we already have the material ready, we need to measure the finger size of the person who will wear it. Don't worry, I've prepared that too. I tell him the circumference of Platty's finger and mine. Copy that. Then let's decide on the ring's design. Yes, that's what I've been waiting for. The dwarves have been researching for hundreds of years to develop artistic designs that I can never think of. Please share your wisdom with me. Let me show you a sample. Oh, Pops Edwin orders a young man, perhaps his subordinate or apprentice, to bring a thin, flat wooden box. Inside it are many rings. Oh, wow. Each of the rings has a unique shape. This box is the pride of the underground Dwarven Empire and contains samples of masterpiece rings designed by our craftsmen. Clients can choose any design they like from among them. I see. As the rings are mere samples, they are made of brass. They are not expensive, but they all have first-class designs. The fine engravings and even their shapes are so original. Actually, after looking at this myriad of sample rings, aren't they a little too gaudy? Huh? That's right. Their exquisite design has made them look rather extravagant, like something a queen named Elizabeth, Ekaterina, Ilishka, or some other would wear. These rings would look no different from brass knuckles if you wore one on 4 fingers. A wedding ring is for everyday use. I prefer something simpler so that it doesn't get in the way of the various daily tasks. What's the point of having such a simple design? Well, for example, how am I supposed to go about my daily life if I wear this ring covering my knuckle joint? HMPH, you're conceited about your own skill once again. Who's there? I turn around to see a beauty with long and pointy ears standing at the entrance. Her physical features are definitely an elf's. It's Aileron. Why is she here? I heard you were going to the dwarves, so I followed you, Saint. I knew this was going to happen. Edward flinches as Aileron points at him. Just another day for their competitive spirits to clash, huh? The Saint inspired me to pursue the beauty of nature. Don't think he'd be fooled by your deliberate artificial beauty, you dwarves. Does that mean Lord Saint doesn't like our rings? The beauty that remains after all the waste has been removed. Such is the beauty of nature. It is leagues apart from your over-the-top style. You cannot satisfy him with such things. I actually like fancy things too. This conversation might go into a more tangled course the more they debate on art. Chapter 451, Land of the Lustrous. I want to give Platty a ring, but my plan is slowly being enshrouded by dark clouds. Are we dwarves not qualified to make Lord Saint's rings? That's right. That's what you get for being too proud of your skills. They're getting themselves worked up, but I'm personally not against the dwarves' creations or anything. I just think the rings are inconveniently designed for daily wear. Hey, at the end of the day, granting the Saint's wish lies in the hands of Aileron, the artisan of integrated natural beauty. And when did this elf start giving herself such an ostentatious title? Can you work with metal? No, you see that? This is why I didn't ask the elves in the first place. The elves, who by nature pride themselves on being forest people, have many restrictions to live in the forest. Living away from their home is normally forbidden, and so is sleeping and waking under a roof. It is also forbidden to use or make metal tools because they consider the act disgraceful, though I suppose elves who have left the forest no longer restrict themselves to these rules. So, Aileron, how about you give advice on how to create a simple but elegant ring? Does that mean I have to collaborate with this elf? Why not? You're always at each other's necks. This is an excellent opportunity for you to work together and get along. NGH, If Lord Saint says so, okay, I'll cooperate with you for the saint's sake. The project's theme will be all about harmony. As in, sublime harmony? Again, that's over the top. Although I feel somewhat uneasy, we should be able to get more appropriate-looking rings for the wedding with Aileron's help. But I think I'll keep supervising them. The elf and I shall concentrate on the design. What will be your jewel of choice then, Lord Saint? Jewel? To adorn the rings. Ah, that. I guess I should add a jewel to the ring to make it a little classier. What do you think would be great? A birthstone would be the best choice for an engagement ring, but I don't know Platy's birth month. I mean, does this world even follow some kind of calendar? How about we look at the real thing instead of pondering it? We can? How? Of course, we have a designated room for clients who want jewels in their accessories. Maybe you'll find what you're looking for there, Lord Saint. As expected of the world's largest metal tool production base, even their customer service is nothing short of amazing. Sounds interesting. I'll come with. And why would an elf like you be interested in jewels? Asks Pops Edward, suspicious of Aileron. I think I know why. Aileron is probably driven right now not by her racial instincts nor the spirit of a Potter but rather by something from her past. Yes, the time when she was still a bandit. This is the pride of the underground Dwarven Empire, the jewel showroom Moon Garden. Oh wow, display cases are lined up everywhere, and within them are countless rows of sparkly stones. How many of these are there? I've lost count. Their influx and efflux have always been at an all-time high, but I'm certain there's always at least 500. 500? Damn. I wonder how much they're worth as assets. I shudder to think that I've come to the wrong place. I'm but a timid commoner at heart. Meanwhile, there's Aileron. TSK. They've stationed guards every 10 paces. Their security's tight. All right. Don't let your old blood boil. So this is where I choose the jewel for our wedding rings? Indeed. I think the finest jewel suits you best, Lord Saint. Only my wife's ring will have one. I may be commissioning a pair, but hers is the more important one. Our luxury jewels are displayed further ahead. Wait. Where are you taking me? You can't just take me to the most expensive section. And don't take Aileron with us. If you let her near anything too expensive, it might trigger her bad blood even more. All the jewels in these cases are special. They each have their own names. For example, the largest diamond here is known as Kamaruku Star. The world's largest sapphire over here is called Scent Star. The ruby swallow blood is named after its blood red color. There are many others such as Queen of Blood's Tears, Gigant Star, Diamond Jaws, Mermaid Tears, Maiden Tears, Destiny Stone, Earthly Star, Posy Posiphyte, Manly Tears, Love Intelligence Star, Posy Poppy Peropero, etc. That's a lot of stars and tears. Is this how they name their stones? But I can tell that all of the jewels are ridiculously expensive. Wait a minute. When did things escalate from me giving Platy a wedding ring to getting her an ultra-premium accessory? Isn't that what it means when you put a first-class stone on a ring? Wait, I want something more. Reserved for Lord Saint. I recommend you this one. He's giving me his top recommendation. Why are you so determined to accomplish my request, Pops? I think Broken Diamond is the most suitable jewel for you, Lord Saint. Like I said, that won't be on my ring, but this jewel, it looks high class indeed. I can even feel a breathtaking and solemn aura emanating from it. Broken Diamond has a unique history, actually. As one would expect of such a super premium stone, it has a history. It was originally unearthed in a mining site in the human kingdom, but an ingenious man who wanted to make a fortune made off with it without permission. The soldiers who caught up with the man killed him and retrieved the jewel. Later, it was set into the hilt of a treasured sword, and a priest cast a spell on it so that it could kill more enemies. A spell? What is this dwarf talking about out of the blue? The atrocious spell was more powerful than expected, and the hero with the treasured sword went insane and fought till he died. The sword was then treated as war spoils by the enemy camp. Unfortunately, it eventually broke, so only the jewel was extracted. Time out. After that, anyone who possessed this jewel suffered mentally, went berserk, and met a tragic end. Since then, it has been passed on from person to person until it reached us. So, it's basically a cursed jewel. And that, too, the kind that brings misfortune to its owner. I've heard rumors about it, but I never thought I'd see it in another world. No, before that, why would you recommend such an item to your client? Did you hear my order right? I want a wedding ring. Who in their right mind would choose a cursed gemstone for a wedding ring? You haven't been making much sense this whole time, Saint. Aileron tried to stealthily steal some of the jewels but failed. She gave up and joined our conversation instead. I feel there's a discrepancy between your understanding of jewels and ours. Maybe it'd be better to start from the beginning and explain what they are. Chapter 452, A Jewel's Purpose. What role do rings have in this world? Aileron answers. They're used in war. Huh? But why? Do you like, wear the ring and beat up your enemies with it? Or, more specifically, it's the gem you put on the ring. They usually have special attributes. After all, apparently, the jewels here are formed when a spirit's breath solidifies in the earth. They are sacred. That's why you don't find jewels in dungeons. You didn't find any in Sensei or Vale's dungeons, right? Yeah, mana metal is found in dungeons, so wouldn't it make sense if the same applies to jewels? But again, I've never seen them once. I wasn't interested anyway. The jewels, therefore, have a variety of powerful spiritual power that affects those who possess them. For example, equipping a jewel can enhance the owner's physical abilities, nullify certain conditions, like poison or curses, enhance magic, or protect yourself from the enemy's magic. This sounds like typical RPG equipment. That's why our customers are usually from the demon army. They wear rings to reinforce or supplement their equipment. Others are just rich people who buy it as an asset. You know a lot for an elf. Of course. What's a bandit if they know nothing about their loot? Huh? I'll take the initiative and ignore Aileron's careless remark. I see. The most functional form for wearing jewels is a ring. Then, this ring becomes a practical item in battle. Don't you wear rings as an accessory? Accessory? Why, guess not. That's another cultural gap in my books. Then, when the discrepancy between our understanding became clear, Pops speaks again. Anyway, I highly recommend you the broken diamond, Lord Saint. Let's put it in a ring and make it chunky. No, please, it's a cursed gemstone, isn't it? No matter how much the gemstone may benefit its owner with its mysterious powers, a cursed one is the opposite. Why do you want me to have such a thing? Because you're a saint. Is that a personal grudge? Did I do something to make Pops hate me? No, that's not it. I think the reason this diamond came to be called a cursed gem is that no one has ever been able to properly control its power. That's why all its previous owners fell into ruin on their own. I believe you have what it takes to tame Broken Diamond's curse, Lord Saint. I see your point, replies Aileron. No thanks. I'm not gonna take that stone so obediently like I'm the chosen one. I'm a lot more normal than you guys think. I don't want to die from some curse, especially at the peak of my happiness when I'm blessed with a wife and child. I'm sure Lord Saint will give this gem the right effects it deserves. Even if I could handle the curse, I can't imagine how the benefits I would gain from it would be useful for my farm work. Do you know what my life cycle is like? I'd only invite trouble if I got something I knew was beyond my control. Well, just pick it up for starters. No, don't try to force me to hold it. The effect of the gem itself is exerted just by touching it directly, even if you don't put it on the ring. Hey, this shitty dwarf actually has gloves on. Those have to be the kind that can suppress the curse in fantasy settings. I, on the other hand, am bare-handed. Stop it. I don't know about you guys, but I have a god's gift, the hand of supremacy. It brings out the maximum potential of anything I touch. What do you think would happen if I touched that jewel? It'd be great if I could cancel out the curse, but what if it unleashes the curse's full potential? I might die instantly. I never thought I'd be in danger of dying a dog's death while preparing for the wedding. I want to attend that wedding live, but the moment the jewel brushed against my hand, it shattered. The jewel. Phew! Exclaimed the three of us. The jewel shattered into 1,000 shards and scattered all over the place. This is no time to be talking about how beautiful and shiny they shine like stardust. I wasn't expecting this. Does it mean that my ability destroyed the source of the curse to protect me from it? It's amazing how versatile the Hand of Supremacy is. But then, a new problem arose. The reimbursement. Such a big gem, which could be worth hundreds of millions in market value, was shattered into 1,000,000 pieces. I can only rely on my memory to tell me the original size, but it must have been big enough to be used as a skipping stone. And now it's gone. How? How can I compensate for it? There is no need to go through such measures. I hear a voice from somewhere. Is that from my palm? In the light emitted from the tiny shard on my palm appears the vision of a beautiful woman. Is this a hologram? I am the spirit that resides in this jewel. You have freed me from the curse. Wow. I was once a divine being meant to bless people with my spiritual power, and yet an evil monk put a curse on me. Because of that fatso, bald man with a stinky breath, I was unable to properly exert my power. I could see how the genie was so devoted to his resentful spirit. But thanks to you, the curse has been lifted. I can now prove myself useful again after hundreds of years. To repay you for your kindness, I will do my best to protect you. Perhaps the spirit had said all that she wanted, that she vanished. All that remained were countless shards. Yes, the elf and dwarf with me rejoice. Amazing, Lord Saint. You have indeed broken the curse. Yay! A jewel that was at most bargained for its shady history is now worth a fair price. I don't know what these guys are talking about, but is it safe for me to assume that I've got a gem for the wedding ring? Chapter 453, The Saint's Present. So, about that shattered diamond. This is incredible, Lord Saint. Every single shard has as much power as it did before it shattered. Jewels are more of a practical item than an ornament in this world. The power they contain benefits their bearer, and their size and beauty are of secondary importance. That's why Pops Edward was thrilled to learn that each of the countless shattered pieces of jewelry had the same amount of power. Similarly, I won't have to reimburse anymore. But I still had to strangle Aileron, who wanted to take about 5 shards for herself under the guise of retrieving them. Let's make haste and make a ring with this diamond. I, Pops Edward of the Underground Dwarven Empire, will create the ultimate masterpiece of my life. And the fees? Free of charge. This jewel has been turned into something far more profitable than it could have ever been when it was still a cursed dead stock. So, it wasn't his intention to force an inferior good on me. Oh well, at least he's willing to make it for free. And so, a dwarf with the world's best smithing skills will make our wedding rings. I imagine a diamond that has been shattered would not be too much trouble to put in the ring. The process, however, is challenging. Aileron strictly supervises Pops Edward, who tries to put all sorts of decorations given the opportunity. For the millionth time, why are you adding that? Simplicity is beauty. But I think it would look cooler if we added some plumes here and there. Our client wants it simple. Pops, who has always considered beautifying something by adding more stuff, feels uncomfortable not being allowed to do so. Still, he's determined to follow my wishes, and with advice from his rival, Aileron, he works frantically to get the job done. Abandoning even one's own ism to meet the client's request must be another form of a craftsman's spirit. He eliminates all the gaudy elements to create a cool and refreshing simplicity. And that freshness is the love I will convey to Platty. It will take a lot of flair and skill to arrange the now pure diamond in a way that won't make the final product look obnoxious. With this in mind, Edward designs the ring and puts all his energy into its crafting with Aileron's help. And the result is a genuine pair of wedding rings. Even I, who have no artistic sense, can tell that this is a masterpiece. As I had ordered, the design is simple enough to be worn every day without being obtrusive, but amidst its simplicity, there is an eye-catching twist. The gentle sparkle of the intricately arranged diamonds. It's done. This is definitely a masterpiece. Helping was so worth it. I'm honored to have been made into such a beautiful ring. Even the spirit from the jewel emerged to express her delight. That's just how good the rings turned out. They are paired as ordered. All I have to do is give one to Platty, We return to the farm to give Platty a token of my love. I look around and see her outside, watching over the cultivation work with Junior in her arms. Where were you at a busy time like this, dear? The first thing she did was get angry at me for slacking off, but it wasn't that serious because work was going smoothly. I cut to the chase after apologizing. Platty, I have something to give to you. Huh? What is it? She senses my seriousness and starts feeling tense. Looking good. Keep it up, Saint. Are youth watching, spectating? From afar are Edward, Aileron, and the duel spirit. I would have shooed them away, but they worked hard on making the wedding rings. They have the right to see how this turns out. Now, before I show Platty our wedding rings, let me explain their purpose. I've already learned that the way we see rings is different. Some explanation going on. Ah, so that's why you were out. It's rare for me to be understood right after explaining, but with Platty, that rare occurrence always happens, as expected of my wife. I'm surprised your world has strange customs, but it's also interesting. A ring worn on the left hand's ring finger, closest to the heart, pledging till death do us part. It's almost supernatural. Well, the thing is, we just broke a curse before we came here. Platty's perception as a witch is pretty commendable too. I told you we were going to have a wedding, right? This is the first step. Will you accept it? I'm afraid I can't. What? Why? Is she going to reject me now? Because I've already received the proof of your love. Platty holds out her left hand to me, ring on her ring finger. What's that? She's already wearing a wedding ring. Moreover, I recognize that ring. It's the prototype I first made. After I made it, I left it on my workbench. And then, Platty found it. It's a strange ring. I tried putting it on my left ring finger as soon as I found it, and it was surprisingly a perfect fit. Not sure if this was all because of your power or the mana metal. No, I only made that ring as a sample. And besides, it's a flop. I mean, doesn't it look plain dull to you? That's the one and only result when I use the Hand of Supremacy to make things. That's why I asked the dwarves to make me a simple yet elegant looking ring. I have a much more beautiful and stylish ring with me. So, if you would take this instead. But you didn't make that ring, right? Well, yeah. It's a made-to-order item. Then I prefer this one. It doesn't matter how badly it's made or how ugly it is. This ring you made with all your heart is the proof of your love for me. Platty, it's as she said. How could I have forgotten the most important thing? What's important in giving a gift is that it comes from the bottom of your heart. And for Platty to remind me of this. She's the light that shines on the right path when I'm lost. Platty, I ask you once again. Will you accept this wedding ring? A ring I made from scratch with no design whatsoever. Yes, the ring sparkles faintly on her left hand, making me realize that we are indeed a married couple. As for our onlookers from afar. What? But what of our efforts? Pops Edward, Aileron, and the duel spirit stand beside each other, stunned. I know, guys. You put your hearts and souls into making the rings, but the one I needed was here the whole time. I'm sorry. As for the other ring, it was sold to the general public and marketed under the brand name The Saint's Ring. When worn, it doubles strength, speed, magic, wisdom, and quintuples luck. The ring seemed to have fetched quite the price with its ability to nullify all physical ailments and increased resistance to magic. Mass production is easy since the design is fixed, and there remain countless shards of the diamond. These factors will make it a very profitable business, and I hope that it will make up for the trouble I made them go through. Chapter 454, The Fifth Element. Hey, it's me, Beta-me, the same Beta-me who works as the farm seamstress. I've received an order from Lord Saint. He wants me to tailor Lady Platty's wedding dress. They're having their belated wedding after circumstances such as the farm's development and their marriage being done on the spur of the moment prolong things. When Lord Saint came to tell me this, I thought, it's finally here. Ever since I realized my lifelong dream of becoming a tailor on this farm, I've made all sorts of clothing, including wedding dresses. The first wedding dress I made was for my former boss, Miss Astor's. She wore it during her wedding with His Majesty back in the Demon Kingdom. Then, I made one for the second Demon Queen, Glacia. I honestly didn't want to since she has been Miss Aster's rival since their days as Heavenly Ones. But I couldn't disobey Miss Aster's after she ordered me to. Anyway, I did my best to make the dress. I don't cut corners and deliver a mediocre piece of work just because I don't like the person I'm making it for. I put my pride as a craftsman on the line and designed the dress elaborately so that even a brawly-looking woman like her would look pretty in it. And then, there's Lady Puffer's wedding dress. This one's still fresh in my memory. I also made a wedding dress for Lampi around the same time. Recently, all I've been making are wedding dresses, but that's also why I am acquiring more know-how and skills. To tell you the truth, I have incorporated a secret theme into the wedding dresses I just mentioned. As I am the tailor who decided on this theme myself, I did not share this with my clients. The wedding dress worn by Miss Aster's is wind, Lady Glacia's earth, Lady Puffer's water, and Lampi's fire. I incorporated these themes into each wedding dress to suit each individual's image. And then, I eventually find myself with all four elements. No, I didn't plan this from the start. Miss Aster's unemotional behavior embodies the wind, and Lady Glacia, who has always been a powerhouse, makes a good fit for the earth. Water is perfect for Lady Puffer, the mermaid queen, and no other theme would better fit Lampi than fire, what with her being the witch of hellfire and all. As a result, I ended up with wedding dresses of earth, water, fire, and wind. Somehow, I feel thrilled. I've conquered all the four elements. And then, when I received Lord Saint's order to make Lady Platty's wedding dress, it was like my time to shine had also come. Now that I've made wedding dresses with the four elements, I'm going to try my hand at the fifth wedding dress. There is no one more suitable to wear it than Lady Platty. Now's the time to create the fifth wedding dress that surpasses the previous four elements. If this revelation has presented itself to me, I shall gladly take on the task. By the way, I also made a dress for my colleague Violina when she got married. I didn't have any particular inspiration for that, so I made it spontaneously. Now I better start working on making Lady Platty's wedding dress. This project is even more exciting because I'm not restricted to using adamantine silk. I'm itching to put my skills to use if it's not obvious. But first, I need to visualize things. The theme is the fifth element. I want to give the dress a new power that surpasses all four natural elements. At this point, you're probably wondering what I'm blabbering on about, but it doesn't faze me. This is a necessary process to create the most powerful wedding dress on Earth. So, what exactly should the fifth wedding dress be? If we were to go beyond the four elements, light, the light wedding dress? That sounds strong. A wedding dress that shines radiantly. Being bathed in its light dispels every single evil spirit and vampire. Doesn't that sound cool? And once Lady Platty wears it, it'll look even more powerful. The wife of the strongest, supreme, one and only saint and the proprietress of the farm, Lady Platty, her ceremonial dress deserves a radiantly shining light. Yes, that's it. Lady Platty's wedding dress shall be the light wedding dress. I wonder about that. Yeah. Whoever spoke behind me freaked me out for a second. Belina, if it isn't my former colleague, Belina, don't just barge into my workplace like this. Looks like you were conceptualizing Lady Platty's wedding dress, huh? Going with light doesn't sound so bad, but don't you realize there's a potential fifth element that could rival that? What? An element that rivals light? Darkness. Darkness? Yes, indeed. Where there is light, there is darkness. Darkness is the ultimate power comparable to light. A wedding dress that embodies the power of darkness. Wait, no. No matter how you look at it, darkness is never appropriate for an auspicious event. Most especially a wedding. Don't just suggest things based on how cool they sound. Ex-colleague, Belina is unreliable because she sometimes starts going down this weird track. But what else would be good then? That's what I'm thinking right now. Wait, the way you're sitting down nonchalantly, don't tell me you're going to brainstorm with me? Of course, I'm always happy to help out Lord Saint and Lady Platty to repay all they've done for me. If anything, I think I'll wander off course with you around. This is the fifth power we're talking about, right? Since there's light and darkness, how about the sky? Sky, huh? That actually sounds pretty good. While we're at it, how about the void? But that would mean Lady Platy would go to her wedding nude. She shows up stark naked and says, "This is the ultimate wedding dress." That does also sound impactful. Also, I was thinking, why don't we take it to the next level? The next level? Let's think about what the sixth, seventh power will be. I learned a new word from Lord Saint the other day. It's arashiki. Arashiki? An arashiki wedding dress? I don't know what it means, but it sounds awesome and strong. Doesn't it make you want to make an arashiki wedding dress? It's the perfect theme to put all your heart and soul into making. While it does shake up my artisan spirit. Lady Platy can only wear one dress. I should only choose one of the suggestions we came up with. At first, I thought I was firm on the light wedding dress, but the arashiki and void wedding dresses both sound intriguing. And now, I find it hard to abandon the darkness wedding dress idea too. Oh, what should I do? Which theme should I choose? How are things, Batamy? And then, Lord Saint arrives. I think it's a good idea to ask my client for his opinion. I forgot to tell you something. I want a variety of dresses for Platy to change in, as is customary in my world. Huh? A variety of dresses? I've never heard of such a custom. To put it bluntly, the bride changes her dress several times during the ceremony. I know it's a lot of work, but you're the only one I can count on. And with that, Lord Saint leaves the room preparing several kinds of dresses. That means, yay, I can make multiple of them. We can try this theme, and that. And, wahahaha, time to go all out. Chapter 455, Deified Duel. Finally, the wedding day has come. Looking back, we've come so far. It's an inexpressible feeling, as if my first meeting with Platy just happened yesterday. Since then, the path we have taken together has become the farm's development. Though we've been married for quite a while now, I'm having a wedding with Platy today. This makes it another milestone in our lives. I've already prepared myself and put on my pure white tux. Batamy is as impressive as ever for managing to recreate the tuxedo with only my description. Not only that, it's made of adamantine silk and is said to have more defensive power than some random legendary armor, truly suitable for the big day. Today, wearing this tuxedo, I will declare my pledge to Platy once again. Uridi, Master Veil comes into my waiting room, also dressed up for the occasion. The venue is all set. Pretty bold of you to make me get you like this. Or, don't be so sour, we'll have a banquet after the ceremony, and you can have all the delicious food you want there. Now that I'm looking forward to, maybe I should serve my ramen there while we're at it. Veil, who used to do nothing but eat, is now offering food to others. I head to the venue with her while still ruminating on the thought that anyone can change. Bit by bit, we're holding the ceremony on the farm grounds under the blue sky. Normally, a wedding would be held in a church or shrine, but our farm does not have such a fancy facility. However, it also feels wrong to rent out a church somewhere just to hold the ceremony. As it turns out, having it on the farm is best. Fortunately, the weather is on our side, and the sky is a lovely blue. It's a beautiful day for a wedding. Yeah, perfect for a duel. I stop to think about what Veil just said. Did I hear her wrong? Oh, Veil, ha ha ha. You misspoke, didn't you? It's not a duel, it's a marriage. Marriage is a joyous occasion, but a duel is a morbid event. You can't make that kind of mistake. No, I didn't misspeak. There will be a duel. What is she talking about? Like I said, there will be a duel before the wedding. I'm so proud, Master. I knew you'd add some bloodbath intermission to entertain us. No one made such plans, though. What do you mean? I wasn't informed of this. Who on earth would want to splatter blood all over our big day? Ah, the gods? She replies. When we arrived at the wedding venue, the mood was not friendly but rather tense, and they are the source of it. Hades, the god of the underworld, and Poseidon, the god of the sea. The two main gods had somehow descended into the mortal world, creating a mood of confrontation. Why? I can't help but be confused. Why is there a confrontation between gods on our wedding day? Can't they at least do this somewhere else? Oh, Saint, thou hast come at last. We could not start the showdown until thou hadst arrived. See, don't, please. What kind of harassment is this? We want to spend the day in peace. So why are you trying to ruin it? Whatever are you trying to do, your mightiness? Canst thou not bid? We aren't having a duel. I just hoped it wasn't that, you know. Why a duel? Many of our farm residents have also gathered, dressed up in their own way. Everyone is in a celebratory mood, but the gods are trying to shatter that. May I ask why? I would not hesitate to kick out the gods depending on their answer. Now, what will Hades and Poseidon tell us? Wherefore? Of course. It is for entitlement. Entitlement to what? To bear witness to the saints' wedding vows, says the two gods. So like, as was Puffer and Araana's marriage, we pledge our love to each other before God, as in, do you swear to love your wife in sickness and health? I do. That's why weddings are also called shinsen shikis, and marriage is almost, without exception, a religious ceremony in many cultures. Brethren of the water. What is it, brethren of the earth? As I have said many times before, the saint and his bride live on earth. Thus, it is only logical that the husband of the Mother Earth Goddess, the protector of the earth, should witness their vows. But the bride is a child of the water, therefore I have the right as well. Thou shouldst be the one to step aside. Say what? Got a problem? Both sides refuse to budge, and they finally resort to force. The winner of this duel shall witness their vows, and shall receive an offering from the saint. I knew it. They've had a similar skirmish before over Junior's baby shower, and their motive was a mundane one of wanting an offering from me. Apparently, the gods want our farm's food and drinks because they can't get enough of them, but that mustn't become a source of conflict. How many thousands of years hast it been since we hast hadst a real fight with each other, brethren of the waters? I doth not know, it hast been so long that I hast forgotten, but I doth remember thee crying because thee hath lost to me. I see, it seems that it was so long ago that thee can fabricate facts from such a hazy memory. Hades points his scythe at Poseidon, and Poseidon points his trident at Hades. Surrounding them, the farm residents are in the mood to watch the battle unfold, shouting wildly. This is bad. The match of the century between two gods is too big of an event. It might just outshine our wedding. Please wait. I stop them and Dad, I've decided who shall witness our wedding vows. Chapter 456, Exchanging Vows Before a Dragon. First of all, I want to say that I will not pledge myself to either of you two gods. There will always be some hard feelings if I pick either one. Both parties are to blame in a quarrel, as they say. What? Then to whom shall thee take an oath? Surely not the gods of heavens? Think this through, Saint. Ignoring the panic of these two gods, my gaze turns to Veil. I say to the dragon about to bring her Raymond cart into the scene, we vow to you that the bride and I will walk together as husband and wife. What? The gods raise their voices in unison, but what's the problem? A dragon is the most powerful creature in the world. I think it's fine to make it a substitute for a god. And the one who has been watching over me and Platty's life all this time is her. Oh, and Sensei too. It's only meaningful to pledge our vows to Veil. I'm sure she will continue to watch over us and ensure our vows are fulfilled. After what I said, Veil's face gradually lit up. At first, she looked weirded out, but then she started piecing things together and eventually brightened up like a dog that had just found out it would go for a walk with its master. I like that idea, master. Grinsel Dragon Veil, will see to it that you do. That is the duty of the absolute mighty dragon. Wahahaha. Looks like she's motivated to do this. In contrast, the two gods, but wait a minute. It is true that the dragons may be our equal, but all original purpose shall be lost. They don't know when to give up, do they? I am aware of your godly might, but our farm does not welcome those who bring strife with them. Please understand. No. A confused murmur of confusion rose from the onlookers. Lord Saint is lecturing the gods. That's some guts. I knew it. Lord Saint is this world's strongest. We must not anger him at all costs. Some were in awe, and some were horrified. No, there's no need to be overdramatic over this. I'm just a cowardly, weak farmer. All right. Swear whatever it is that you want. In the name of the mightiest race of dragons, I'll acknowledge everything. Come. Vale is going out of control, with her good mood skyrocketing. I watch her silly behavior with a smile until the real star of the show arrives. You're too hyper, Vale. The bride makes her appearance. Here comes Platty in her wedding dress. Whoa. She's gorgeous. The gown she's wearing is Betami's new creation, the light wedding dress. I'm not sure what the light part means, but it surely makes Platty look radiant and glowing. I can feel Betami's pride overflowing from her work, putting everything she has cultivated so far into this dress. Why, you're pretty. Like, for real. Thank you. I actually thought it was too late for me to have a wedding now that I'm a mother. It turns out I worried for nothing. This will be a memento that I'll remember for the rest of my life. Platty is embarrassed but happy. I guess any woman would be happy to be dressed as a bride, as she says, even if they have become a mother. Where's Junior? Mom's going to watch him during the ceremony. Indeed. Behind her is an old man and woman. It's King Negus and Queen Mai. Oh, they're no longer the king and queen since Rauana succeeded the throne with his wife. Still, they're Platty's parents, which means they are Junior's grandparents. Thank you so much for coming all the way here despite your busy schedule. It's all right, dear. We've been rather free since we retired from the throne. Ahem. It's hard to think Lady Mai is Junior's grandmother with how young she looks, but there is no one more reliable to take care of Junior during our wedding ceremony than her. You've come up with quite the marvelous idea, dearie. I had already given up hope of ever seeing Platty in her bridal gown. Lord Negus? He's crying. Tears of joy. Is it because he saw Platty in a wedding dress? He didn't seem emotional at his legitimate son Rauana's wedding, but he has made a complete 180 with his daughter. A further daughter and mother-son pairing are special relationships, after all. If we follow Junior with a baby girl, then maybe. Just the thought of it is making me cry. Hey, no more dawdling around, you guys. Let's get this ceremony started. Vale is jumping up and down and rolling around. Her motivation increased dramatically after knowing she was playing an important role in today's event. Oh, all right, you stupid dragon. Okay, Mom, take care of Junior during the ceremony, will you? Of course, sweetie. After leaving Junior in the care of the most reliable person, Platty and I belatedly make our way to the biggest day of our lives. The attendees line up in a hastily prepared outdoor chapel on our farm. Most of them are residents, but some of my close friends, such as the Demon King and Prince Rauana, took time out of their busy schedules to be present on this auspicious day. We had planned to hold the wedding quietly with only people from our circle. Platty and I have been married for some time now, so it's kind of embarrassing if we went all out. Anyway, we walk side by side down the aisle, laid flat on the ground, to the altar where we will make our vows. If you would be so kind, Sensei. Of course, Sensei is our pastor. A lifeless king's dignified appearance is dependable. How many times have I performed the role of officiating at a marriage ceremony like this? It's really been a dizzying experience since I met you, Lord Saint. Sorry for the trouble. Oh, think nothing of it. I can't imagine myself staying holed up in my cave and having nothing to do anymore. As I engage in light conversation with Sensei, someone speaks from behind him. Hey, stop wasting time chit-chatting and get on with it. There's Vale, perched on the top of the altar, legs outstretched. Don't be conceited, you pseudo-corpse. Master and Platty will swear an oath to me. You're just a bridge to that. Yes, you'd better be more proper and solemn in that case. Exactly. Platty and I stand in front of God. I mean, the dragon. Okay. Take the oath? That's how you're going to make us swear? I'll do the facilitating, you just sit tight and be quiet. In short, Vale was shut up. Once again, Platty and I face Sensei. So, you two are now, or rather have been, husband and wife for some time now. Sorry for being such an atypical case. Do you swear to care and respect each other in sickness and health, love and honor each other for all the days of your life, though you've been doing this already? I do. We exchange our vows. Don't forget, to me. Vale, please be quiet for a moment. All right. You may now kiss the bride. Kiss? I know it's part of the ceremony, but it's embarrassing doing it in front of all these people. But the Demon King and Arowana did it, too, right? I'm going to do it now so that Platy won't hold it against me for the rest of our lives. Smooch. The entire venue erupts in cheers. Our wedding ceremony is complete. Chapter 457. An Invitation. My name is Dalkish, a feudal lord in the corner of the land once called the Human Kingdom. I only administrate a small territory, though. That's the extent of someone as incompetent as me. Anyway, I am one of the many weak feudal lords here. There are far more powerful lords and high-ranking officials in the central government. Even the heads of the Adventurers Guild branches are probably in a higher position than I am, depending on the size of their branch. With this in mind, I would like you to read the following story. We've received an invitation. From whom? My beloved wife, Varlina, is a demoness from the Demon Kingdom. She was sent by the triumphant army as a supervisor, but we became on good terms over time. Our relationship surpassed boundaries that, at first, there was a lot of buzz surrounding our marriage, being the first interracial couple to be wed. However, this bond with my dearest wife did not come spontaneously. Certain people were indispensable to the start of our romance, and the invitation we received came from them. Lord Okubo personally came here to deliver this. Oh, in that case. Yes. This is an invitation from Lord Saint. Looks like they're having a wedding. Huh? But isn't Lord Saint already married? He even has a son. Indeed. However, as I kept reading the invitation, I found out that the Saint and his wife did not have a proper ceremony, so they were going to hold a wedding this time. Lord Okubo also explained this to me. Does that mean they're inviting us? What an honor. Lord Saint is an all-powerful person. He can lead the strongest army, easily change the universe, and even subdue any supernatural being. He could easily rule the entire world if he wanted to, but he refuses to do so. Is he disinterested or just magnanimous? Nevertheless, he is all-powerful and one whom we should never make an enemy of. I got acquainted with him when he started illegally building a castle in my territory. Of course, we'll accept the invitation. And I suppose this is also a good opportunity for us. You mean that, for better or worse, our relationship with Lord Saint has deepened over time to the point that we've been invited to an auspicious occasion like this. We are grateful for the invitation but also feel pressured. In particular, we feel terribly guilty toward Lord Saint for one thing. We didn't invite them to our wedding, after all. It's our time. The castle he built led us to become aware of Varlina and me as man and woman, and we ended up getting married. However, we invited no one from Lord Saint's side. Since then, we've wondered if they're angry. I'm sure someone as big-hearted as him won't feel offended over such matters. Then why didn't we invite him in the first place if you're so worried now? We were indebted to him in so many ways. I mean, wouldn't it have been disrespectful to invite him? He's like a godlike person. I wouldn't dare invite him to celebrate the wedding of a weak feudal lord. There's this thing that we call prestige. I understand that too, but, as expected of my wife, she understood. Maybe it's also because she used to be an army officer that she's sensitive to these subtle differences in power. There are differences in rank and position, and depending on those differences, it can be insulting just to invite someone of far superior rank. That's why I didn't invite Lord Saint, even though we're incredibly indebted to him. I thought reporting to him the results after everything was in order was more than enough. However, our relationship after that became deeper than we had expected. Our wishes aside, Okubo's castle still stands in our territory and has become an important tourist attraction. I can't tell you how much we've benefited from it. Lord Saint joins us as a participant during the annual event and challenges various obstacles. He always gets eliminated halfway, though, so it's painful for me to leave him behind and clear the rest of the course. Not only that, but when my wife and I were having trouble conceiving a child, he summoned the goddess to help us solve the problem. As a result, a new generation was born between us, the first in the world to have both human and demon blood, and our greatest treasure. Our indebtedness to Lord Saint has increased even more, and now, there's the invitation. We didn't invite him to our wedding, but he's inviting us to his. I begin to think, Isn't this bad? I regret not inviting him to our wedding now. Anyway, we have to accept this invitation. Indeed, not going isn't an option. Thank goodness we agree as a couple. Varlina, please prepare a gift, the best of the best. To Lord Saint. Any gift from me would be a mere trinket, but it is important that my feelings be conveyed. I don't care if it puts a little pressure on the family finances. We will express our congratulations by preparing the most unique gift we have. We will then explain to him with all our might behind the lack of invitation. I'm sure Lord Saint will find it in his heart to understand. To my desperation, my good wife Verena points out, but wouldn't it be disrespectful to bring that up, huh? It's a big day for Lord Saint and his wife. They are the stars of the show. Wouldn't we trouble them by saying our worthless excuses on such a day? Oh, that's not all. I'm sure many other guests will be present there. Do you think the couple will have any time to spare for us if they were to greet all of them? Stop it. Don't imagine such a highly plausible situation. My wife, a former officer, is spot on in her analysis of the situation, but I resent her wisdom right now. And yet, we must go to Lord Saint's wedding for the sake of the favors he has done for us and continued good relations. Ideally, I would attend the wedding and greet him in person to show that I have accepted the invitation. It'd be meaningless if we just show up and not do at least that much. We can't have him thinking we didn't come. Then, some small talk along with the greetings. A weak feudal lord like me shouldn't hold up the leading man for too long, and I'm sure there are more important people than us who would like to chat with him. If we don't make it brief, those people will stare at us. In other words, be as brief as possible. A word or two should be enough. Then, we'll apologize for not inviting them to our wedding. What an ordeal this is, but if we can't pass it, there is no future for our territory. That's how big the opponent we're facing is. I will be cheering for you while you're away. What are you talking about? You're coming with me. What? My wife is surprisingly dumbfounded. She's absent-minded now of all times. Aren't you? It's common practice for married couples to be together at social gatherings. Oh, yes. Very well, my love. Let us go to hell together. You may wonder, what do you think someone's wedding is? But please understand that that's just how nervous we are. Anyway, off we go to Lord Saint's wedding. Chapter 458. Among the ambush of tigers. I, Lord Dalkish, am fully aware that I am no more talented than, say, a cat. What, then, would happen if I were to join an ambush of tigers? This was the day I knew the answer. Varlina and I arrive at Lord Saint's wedding dressed up in our best attires. That's when I realized that although we made the greatest preparations imaginable, it still wasn't enough. Long time no see, Lord Dalkish. The ceremony has yet to start, so it's idle time for us right now. And the person who approached me was the Demon King. He remembers my name? It has been a while, Your Majesty. I'm honored Your Majesty remembers me. But of course, you rule the territory where Orcubo's castle is located. I've never completed the course, though. I'll be sure to make it to the final obstacle next time. He doesn't remember me in a negative way, does he? It has been quite some time since the human kingdom was taken over by the demons. I'm aware and have accepted that their ruler, the Demon King, is now our ruler as well. But why does he interact with me so sociably? Wait, I know. Because this place is special. I see you were invited to the wedding too. Well, I suppose it's obvious. You're good friends with Lord Saint. Does it appear that way? If it looks that way to the people around us, should I be pleased or scared? As I thought, Lord Saint is terrifying. I didn't anticipate that the first person I'd interact with at the wedding would be the Demon King, the ruler of the earth. I, a puny feudal lord, am never allowed to talk directly to him. The reason I can is all thanks to Lord Saint's connections. Oh, yes. Since we're here, let me introduce someone to you. Who, Your Majesty? The recently crowned Mermaid King, Lord Arowana. What? First, the ruler of the earth, and now, the king of the seas? Lord Arowana, come here for a moment. What is it, Demon King? He's here. This young man, who looks as dignified and easygoing as the Demon King, is the newly enthroned Mermaid King. Lord Arowana, Meet Lord Talkish of the Human Kingdom. Aucubo's castle is situated in his territory. Oh, I remember you. We were on the winner's podium together after clearing the entire course. Huh? Does that mean he was a player this year? Oh no, I don't remember him at all. There were so many winners that I couldn't remember all their faces. But he remembers? What an amazing memory he has. Lord Talkish here governs his domain with sincerity, and his work is always without delay. Truly a brilliant administrator. His Majesty started to speak highly of me out of nowhere. I thought the same way when I went there during the event. If you think about it, the three of us here are representing the three major races in the world, aren't we? Indeed. Shall we take the oath to be in mutual perpetual harmony? Stop. Don't put me on a par with you big shots. The oath's weight will crush me. Help me, Varlina. Unfortunately, she looks like she also has her plate full by mingling with the queens from other nations. I can't keep up with this place. Lord Saint's farm is nothing short of amazing. The Demon King and the Mermaid King's double attack at the beginning was enough to sink my ship, but the other attendees were also astounding in their own ways. First, there's Silver Wolf. He's one of the prized S-class adventurers of the Human Kingdom. I had seen him at Aucubo's castle, but to have such a celebrity present at the wedding, just wow. There are even dragons and lifeless kings. Lady Letasriet, the former princess of the Human Kingdom, is also here. So, my eyes weren't fooling me when I saw her during the rebellion. Then, there's Bacchus and his maidens. Huh? Is that the dwarf king over there? I knew it. I've come to a place where I stick out like a sore thumb. I want to go home already. But the one that takes the cake is the gods of the earth and the sea announcing their one-to-one fight to see who'll receive Lord Saint's vows. The fact that Lord Saint himself is scolding two gods is out of this world. No one else can do that except him. Oh, I spoke too soon. Alexander, the Gragalance dragon, took over the scolding. Are you not ashamed of yourselves as gods? The gods sit a little apart from each other after Lord Saint's wedding ceremony begins, with Alexander supervising them. I've heard he is the strongest dragon, but I never thought I'd see him in person. My brain was already at its limit when I saw the gods, so please, no more. As lords and rulers of the world, you are the ones who should have more dignity than anyone else. How unseemly of you to be caught up in spontaneous greed. Did you want an offering from the saint? Well, you're going too far by fighting for it. But, stop. Poseidon doth not talk back. The gent shall beat us up. Is that what the power relationship is between the chief deities and the mightiest dragon? Good heavens, the fact that such a powerful dragon is attending a wedding without a care in the world is also scary. I knew we shouldn't have come here. This place is too out of place for a humble feudal lord and his wife. Oh, hello, Mr. Talkish. Ah, since when was Lord Saint behind me? Oh. The ceremony was over while I was being tossed about by the shock, and the banquet is already underway. I had made a terrible mistake once again by being absent-minded during the ceremony. It's understandable to be shocked by all this. My brain would have stopped functioning if I were surrounded by such important figures. Aren't you an important figure yourself? Or is this some kind of Lord Saint level sophisticated joke? Lord Saint. Today, please calm down. I'm happy you're here with your wife today. You two are my dear friends. After all, we don't deserve such words from you. But please, allow me to apologize for not inviting you to our wedding and explain the situation. You don't have to fret over not inviting us to your wedding. I'm sure you had your obligations as a feudal lord. Rather, it'd be tougher for me if you were bothered by it. He already patched things up himself. What a thoughtful person. Oh. And thank you so much for the gift. I guess when you have kids around the same age, you share similar thoughts. He's even thanking us for the wedding gift we gave him. Now, if you'll excuse me. You can stop scolding them now, Alexander. I'm sure the gods have reflected on their actions enough. If you say so, Saint. Sorry for making you do this when you originally came here to attend the wedding. We're having the reception now, so I hope you can enjoy yourself. Lord Saint faces the gods and talks to them kindly. I hope you also enjoy the feast. Hades and Poseidon, we've prepared all kinds of food. Really? Marvelous. He even tolerates the gods who caused a ruckus. Is Lord Saint perhaps the ultimate god? Chapter 459, The Wedding Cake. I'm feeling pretty good right now. Well, I guess anyone would be on their wedding day. My heart is as vast as the Pacific Ocean today that I'll even overlook a little slip up here and there. In my world, we have this concept called Yaorazu no Kami. I say to the gods who caused some trouble earlier, it's the idea that there are many gods in this world, and we should respect them all the same. I also follow this mindset, so I do not favor any deity in particular. Therefore, you don't have to try hard to be the object of my faith because everyone is God to me. Hence, I also don't discriminate in my offerings. Is that so? Marvelous. I hope they learn their lesson and stop causing a commotion among other gods for good after this. Now that we've said our vows before a dragon, the ceremony will move on to the next phase, the reception. A big party with revelry to celebrate our marriage feels more like the main event. With everyone smacking their lips at the farm's cuisine. Vale brought her a ramen cart, Bacchus served Udon, and Hawker's Fond shared her natter with the attendees. This farm has arrived at a point where it offers something without me having to lift a finger. Okay, I can't let myself get outdone. Of course, I can't just stay put. This is my event with Platy. We're the ones who should liven up this place the most. That's why I prepared something myself. It's the one thing that's always found at weddings. I've already prepared some of the other essentials, the rings, the wedding dresses, but no way it ends here. The next one on the list is the wedding cake, and an extra large one at that. It is said that cutting the first slice together marks your first completed task as a couple. I made sure to prepare a cake since it's the reception's highlight. You look pumped up somehow, dear. Platy sensed my intentions and glanced at me. You said it. You can tell, huh? I have actually kept the wedding cake a secret from her as well. The day before the ceremony, I spent the entire day in the kitchen baking the cake by myself. It was challenging baking a cake with 12 layers and a total height that exceeded my own. The sweet smell wafted all over the place, so everyone might have already noticed. But now, the time has come for all that hard work to pay off. The wedding party is in full swing, so it's the perfect time to serve the wedding cake. I'd like to make an announcement, everyone. My formal tone draws the attention of the people in the venue. They know something important is about to happen. On this auspicious occasion, I have prepared something indispensable to weddings where I come from. Have a look. Behold, the wedding cake. A giant cake is being carried on a stand. This work of art is becoming more and more magnificent as it is carried out into the open with its towering height of 12 layers. It has got to be the most ambitious food I've made. Oh my goodness. Strange noises are heard from the crowd, mostly the women. Is that a cake? I didn't know such a big cake existed in this world. I've never seen anything like it. Lord Saint did it again. Right. Girls love sweet stuff. The first time I baked a cake, they came flocking to it like crazy. No wonder they're going bananas seeing a cake this big. I was hoping for a reaction to the wedding cake's uniqueness, but its size completely entranced the women more than anything. This is so cool, Master. Is all of it edible? Even Vale left her cart and rushed over to us. The way she asked me sounded like she could eat the whole cake all by herself. You made this for the wedding? So, that means, you can make a cake this big for a wedding? Nice. In that case, let's have a wedding every day from now on, Master. Weddings aren't like that. Where I come from, it is customary for the bride and groom to cut a huge cake together at the wedding. It's their first couple task. Now, Platy, let's cut the cake together. Drool. Huh? Platy's appetite for the cake had reached beyond a critical point. Lord Saint, let's eat the cake already. Cake. Cut it into pieces. I can't take it anymore. I want to sink my teeth straight into it. The cake's awfully sweet smell is robbing the ladies of their sanity. Let's get this cake ceremony over with before things get chaotic. Yes, dear, we have to cut the cake so everyone can eat it. But if I eat a cake this big, almost as if embracing it, oh no, Platy's going nuts. We must cut the cake quickly and bring the women back to their senses. We're cutting it now. Using my trusty holy sword Swartz. Of course, this sword and I go a long way back, so this commemorative occasion is the perfect use for it. Platty and I firmly grip the sword and put it in the cake, its blade going into the fondant and sponge smoothly. For some reason, the women are shouting just by seeing us cut it, but the holy sword's sharpness doesn't stop here. It moves in and out of the giant cake with blinding speed, cutting pieces perfect for one serving. The sliced pieces are more than enough for everyone. Well, this is a cake I made with all my might. It's not an imitation, as is sometimes the case with wedding cakes, but a 100% edible one. Here you go, guys. Enjoy. Maidens who no longer speak human language rush to the cake, regardless of age. There's more where that came from, so don't rush and eat one plate per person, okay? Their reaction isn't quite what I had anticipated, but they're happy, so everything's good. Not only the girls but also the men and the gods taste the cake, filling the venue with a sweet aroma. It's even on the holy sword. I guess this smell won't come off for a few days. A holy sword that emits a sugary sweet smell sounds valid. Okay, maybe not. Meanwhile, Platty is busy stuffing herself with the cake. She had already finished the first plate and was reaching for the next one. Platty, you shouldn't overeat. It's okay. I mean, Junior can't eat cakes yet, right? I'm going to eat a lot and sweeten my milk so he can taste the cake too. What an unorthodox feeding method. If you consume so much sugar that it changes your milk taste, I think it will cause other problems, so I advise you against doing it. Anyway, everyone is having a blast at the reception thanks to the wedding cake. Chapter 460, The Wedding Ceremony's Grand Finale. My wedding with Platty has been lively so far from the various programs we've had. This festival is so fun. The cake is delicious. The earth spirits are pretty delighted. Woof. Meow. And so are Pocky and the professor. Platty attracts the attendees' attention with her dress change, too. Wait. What happened to the darkness, void, and Arashiki dresses we thought of together, Betami? I thought about it again and decided that none of them made any sense, so I discarded them. However, all festivities eventually come to an end. As reluctant as we may be, the wedding ceremony is approaching its final stage. Thank you all for coming today. I, the groom, give the closing speech. Everyone looks at me. Since ancient times, it has been said that marriage requires a person to prepare 4 types of rings. The first is, yes, the engagement ring. Dear, do you need to talk about that now? Platty interrupted what was about to be a lengthy speech. To put it bluntly, the wedding will soon be coming to an end. With that, we'll wrap things up with one last entertainment. The crowd cheers. What will Lord Saint surprise us with this time? Well, if we had a giant cake earlier, it might be an extra large sweet red bean soup next. Our wedding has become some sort of all-you-can-eat sweets con among the ladies. Alas, it is not. What we're going to do next is the bouquet toss. Platty steps forward in her wedding dress for the last time. In her hand is a bright and voluminous bouquet. Toss? Everyone seems bewildered, not understanding the meaning of a bouquet toss. I guess this is what happens when you introduce customs from a different world. It seems you're all confused about what the bouquet toss is. Allow me to explain. Platty, who already knows the gist, holds up the bouquet with a smug look on her face. I, the bride, will carry this bunch of flowers with me for the whole day, and it will be filled with the happiness of marriage. Oh, okay? The attendees are overwhelmed. The bouquet toss is a way of sharing that happiness with others. Whoever catches it first becomes the new bouquet holder. That means they will be the next to get married. Platty, you don't have to say it in such a decisive tone. It's just a superstitious belief. I don't want people complaining they couldn't get married even though they got the bouquet. No way. It's like some kind of prediction. No, we have such a custom in my hometown, too. Good. The cool-headed ladies are aware that this little event is just a gimmick, but Lord Saint did introduce this. Maybe it's more of a fortune then, but now they're gradually taking it at face value. It's finally time to get serious. Among them, someone is in super serious mode, with a dense aura emanating from her body. Erangier. As someone who's in relationship, the word marriage is even more familiar to her. She's still at schooling age, though. Of course, those who are married remain unfazed. If it had been me a couple of months ago, I would have killed everyone in my way to get the bouquet, mutters Puffer, also a newlywed. The voltage soars mainly among the maidens. That bouquet is mine. Lord Saint's blessings are sure to be rich. I'm the one who'll following Lady Platy. I want to get married. I want to get married. I want to get married. They're starting to bare their fangs. This isn't the climax of a wedding ceremony. It's more like the scene of carnage. I'm tossing it now. Go wild and fight for this bouquet. Platy shows off her graceful pitching form. By the way, the bouquet toss is usually held right after the vow ceremony, but we're doing it at the end of the reception to add to the event's excitement. I wasn't expecting it to be this exciting. Here goes. The bouquet Platy tossed flies higher and farther than expected. Yeah, the bachelorettes rushed toward the bouquet, letting out a barbaric roar. I'm scared. They look more like a swarm of piranhas rushing toward fresh meat. The bouquet is still in the air, but as long as it is still an object, gravity will pull it down to the ground, where it will meet its demise. But it didn't happen. The bouquet flew up in altitude. What? How did that happen? Something gave the bouquet new momentum that made it fly through the air like a cascade rocket. But how? The bouquet didn't fall to the ground but soared higher and higher, seemingly taunting the maidens below it. Looks like the propeller potion worked, mutters Platy next to me. You did this? Don't you want to end our wedding on an exciting note? But why did you have to do this? I won't let anyone easily complete an event I start. I made things difficult my own way, but that's just uncalled for. The bouquet is flying in the air in a very confusing trajectory, turning right, then left, and then suddenly dropping altitude. Is this the effect of Platy's potion? Don't think this is enough to make me quit. Higher. Erangier refuses to concede. She steps on the heads of her rivals and makes a giant leap. How dare you use me as a stepping stone? Saw the skies, flying black beauty. She must have used an alchemic spell to fly. She, too, is talented, as she is a candidate selected to be one of our students. Having studied here, she can read the bouquet's complex orbit perfectly and steadily close in on it. I got you. I thought so too. But just when the bouquet was within Erangier's reach. I won't let you. What? The bouquet itself rejects Erangier. It uses its ivy-like arms to swat her hand away. What in the world? Way to go, Erangier. You actually managed to make the bouquet show its true colors. Shouts Platy beside me. Again? I gave the bouquet consciousness as its last defense mechanism in case something like this happened. How is that possible? I just transferred the spirit that lives in Vale's mountain. It's the same plant, so it wasn't that difficult, but that doesn't mean you can do it. Oh, I guess she can. I mean, she already did. She's not called the Crowned Witch for nothing. Ha ha ha. Under Lady Platy's orders, this willful bouquet will not let itself get caught. I am free, bound by no one. I will soar the sky as I please. The conscious bouquet maintains full speed and finally shakes off Erangier and disappears into the sky, leaving behind a sparkle of light. The bouquet escaped. What is even going on here? The bouquet toss has lost its original significance. If no one could catch the bouquet, no one's getting married next. What are you going to do about this? Platy whoops. Guess I got too carried away. Hee hee. Sorry. Platy laughs embarrassedly and sticks out her tongue. Do you think you can get away with just that? Actually, yeah, she can. I've been thinking about this for a long time. But whenever I put her in charge of an event, high chances are that she will fail to regulate its difficulty. Chapter 461, Closing Ceremony. And so, the wedding ended without a hitch. There was a lot of backlash from the ladies because of the bouquet toss, but we managed to contain the situation by promising we would make up for it. Our guests returned to their respective homes by teleporting. Please take this home with you. Ladies and gentlemen, I say to each guest and hand them a gift. We give guests gifts as thanks for coming to the wedding. What makes a standard gift? After much thought, I concluded that it was a plate large enough to hold all sorts of food. I had Aileron and her team make it for us. The recipients would surely be delighted because it was made by elves whose works are all the rage in the capital. But that's not all. We want to add a sense of originality to the gifts, something that would not otherwise be given on any other occasion. Yes, a portrait of us as a married couple. Elves and students with an artistic sense were given brushes to paint on the rapidly baked plates. Platy and I face each other and smile. The painting is glazed, so it can still be used well as tableware. You put food on it, and when you finish eating, you see a portrait of us beneath. It's a typical example of an awkward gift you're bound to receive. One would think, if you already know that, why bother doing it in the first place? But the agony that rises from receiving such an embarrassing gift is one of the true charms of a wedding. I want everyone to experience the bittersweet feeling of a wedding in a way. That's why we are giving them one. It's the #1 item on the list of the most annoying gifts, a giant plate with the couple's portrait. At this time, I was oblivious. For example, some plates weren't used as tableware but were displayed as decoration in my world's medieval Europe. Such a custom also seems to exist in this world, and the gift I gave as a joke was understood to be for decoration and appreciation. The guests were so happy they displayed it in their reception rooms and showed it off to their visitors. When the visitors saw it, they were so impressed that they asked the host to reproduce the painting. They made a facsimile of it and displayed it in their mansions and other public places. Why though? But that means the existence of the saint, who lives in seclusion, is now widely known and revered as an all-powerful person similar to a god. His definitive image is sacred and has spread throughout the world as an object of idolatrous worship. Thus, the images of the saint and his wife became famous as the subject of paintings. Of course, I had no way of knowing that such a big deal would be made when I was preparing the gifts with a hint of mischief. Thus, my special day with Platy has ended. The guests were seen off, the venue was cleaned up, and we returned to our peaceful, uneventful lives. We take off our wedding attire and go back to our everyday clothes. Although the occasional dress-up is nice, I feel more at home in something I'm used to wearing regularly. Sorry we were away for so long, Junior. Granny's arms must have felt different, huh? Platy is happy to have Junior back after having Lady Mai babysit him. She was thrilled to feel like a bride, but her mind was still occupied with her motherly duties. Junior, who had been content in his mother's arms, reaches out to me next. I take Junior from Platy and lift him in my arms. We just had a ceremony that seemed like a milestone, but I didn't feel anything significant changed. But I guess that's how it'd be. We've been each other's husband and wife for a long time, after all. We did make some wonderful memories. Yeah, we had a delicious cake, and I got to tease the other girls with the bouquet. That's what's memorable to you? No matter, as long as Platy also had fun. If there was one different thing, it was the ring on Platy's finger. It's a simple ring, but it is proof that she is now a married woman. A little change after all that buzz. People change day by day through the accumulation of such things. Now that our wedding is over, our farm is going through another period of change. P.S. Even days after our wedding, Platy was in high spirits. On another note, the bouquet came back. I'm back. Oh, you flew away into the sky. So we weren't expecting you to come back. I need to ask Lady Platy to replenish me with her potion so I can keep flying. Is there even any need for you to keep flying? The audience was disappointed because you just up and flew away. Besides, the wedding's over already, so why do you still want to keep flying? Are you the type who feels a sense of mission in doing so? Oh, wait a second. I'll give it to you now. You're just going along, Platy. You're replenishing it with a potion to keep it flying? I'm having a hard time understanding what she's doing. Why don't you just let it fall to the ground when it's used up all of its power? But that's not the way it works. It's more beneficial to keep it flying. What good would come of it? As I was completely at a loss to understand what was going on. Look, it's the bouquet. Really? Now's our chance. Catch it. A girl passing by spontaneously jumps on the bouquet. Not so fast. Now that Lady Platy has replenished me, I'm good to go. You can't catch me. And the bouquet flies again at lightning fast speed, sweeping past the girls without difficulty. Ugh, it got away again. Just you wait. We'll get you next time. Why do they sound like cops? No one could catch the bouquet on the day of the ceremony, right? So, the promise is still alive. Huh? The bouquet isn't meant to be caught in the first place. I think we need to reconcile our values here. The bouquet shows up on the farm from time to time, and the hopeful bachelorettes compete to catch it, but the bouquet is so fast that no one has succeeded yet. The bouquet has somehow been treated like a liquid metal slime from Dragon Quest. If you could catch it, you would gain a lot of experience, marriage experience. However, the difficulty level wasn't taken into consideration, as is the case with metal slimes. Instead, it was a bouquet from Platy, who is famous for setting up a broken difficulty level. Moreover, the reward for catching the bouquet is superstitious at most. Nevertheless, the maidens still try hard to catch the bouquet, dreaming of the day when they themselves will wear wedding dresses. Chapter 462, Three-Way Deadlock. Well, now that the wedding bonanza is over, I'd like to share a little story with you. Have you ever heard of the word three-way deadlock? Let's assume three things, A, B, and C. A wins over B, B wins over C, and C wins over A. It's a cyclic power relationship in that no one can be the ultimate winner. The most famous example is the frog, the snake, and the slug. Even the game rock paper scissors is considered a three-way deadlock. It's quite an interesting concept in the sense that, ultimately, everyone loses to someone else. To tell you the truth, this concept exists on our farm, too. Let's take a closer look at it today. First, we have Pocky. He is a wolf monster that lives on our farm. The official name of his species is Hyperchaon, and it is said that a large army would need to be mobilized if it were to wreak havoc. In addition to Pocky, we have dozens of Hyperchans that patrol the farm and exterminate rats and other pests. If they spot a suspicious person, they howl to alert us or use their fangs to deal with them. They contribute significantly by acting as guard dogs. And wolves are, in essence, dogs. They charm everyone on the farm with their fluffy fur and adorable expressions. Dogs are cute. Like, really cute. But that very same Pocky came to me with a downcast face today, faintly whimpering. Did he take your bed again? The wolf pack has their sleeping area in various places on the farm. They find it comfortable sunbathing on a bed of hay. However, a rascal takes their spot from time to time, and it's none other than a cat. Professor. Hey, Professor. Disturbing a cat's midday nap is immoral. Meow. The problem is that you're taking a nap in someone else's spot, though. Why are you using Pocky's bed? Didn't we give you your very own space? We built him a fancy cat tower inside the house. I was so into building it that it ended up having 5 stories. But his stubbornness is intolerable. He even outright ignored my painstaking efforts. I want to sleep outside when the weather is nice. This is the most comfortable place for me to sleep. Meow. This cheeky cat. Alas, he can also be quite the handful opponent to deal with. After all, this cat is a lifeless king, one of the world's 2 greatest calamities, and one of the strongest of his kind to boot. That's why Pocky can't help but give up his spot. Anyway, I feel sorry for Pocky. So could you please sleep somewhere else? No, cats sleep where they want to sleep. Meow. I see. Then you leave me no choice but to use my last resort. Go. Earth spirits. Meow. At my command, little children appear at once. These are the earth spirits. There's Master's Shignal. Kitty play time. Kitty cuddle time. In the blink of an eye, they surround the cat, seize it by his limbs, and pet him. They're so relentless with their pats that they look more like they're abusing him. Be gentler with your pats. Stroke along the direction of my fur. Who pulled my tail just now? Meow. These children are intangible spirits by nature, but when they receive Hades' power and materialize, they take the form of cute little girls. The love for pets is the same for young and old alike, but children don't have total control over their strength just yet. Because of this, cats sometimes run away from them, even though they have nothing but pure love for the animal. In other words, a cat's natural enemy is children. Ugh. Fine. I'm retreating for now. Saint. Don't think you found my weakness. Meow. Unable to bear the unintentional torture, the professor runs away from the earth spirits. Wait. Let's play some more. Let me look at your butt, please. The earth spirits, in turn, push forward in pursuit of the fleeing cat. Pocky rushes to the empty spot and curls up happily for a nap. Isn't this great, Pocky? Yes, a dog-loving spirit remained to stroke Pocky's curled-up back. Dogs are great. We treated the case with the talking cat quite casually, when in reality, it's a lifeless king speaking through a cat. But this plot is a little complicated, so I'd like to revisit this topic. Bluntly put, the cat itself is not Professor the Lifeless King. He just possesses it. His actual physical body is an immortalized human-like sensei. However, being the oldest living lifeless king, his body has deteriorated so much that it is sealed up deep in his dungeon. Apparently, the professor can possess all cats in the world by sending a kind of radio wave from his body. In other words, all the cats in the world are the professor. Everything the cats see and hear is known to him. The cat at the farm is just one of his portals, so even if that cat died, it wouldn't affect his actual body. All he has to do is channel his senses through another one. Also, he can use simple, but still beyond human knowledge, magic through them. Nonetheless, the cat's own instincts remain intact, so a possessed cat's composition is probably 50% the professor and 50% the cat. Therefore, its feline instincts also make it vulnerable to children. Now, let's return to today's theme, the three-way deadlock. As you may already know, the three key pieces that signify this deadlock on our farm are Pocky, the professor, and the earth spirits. We've seen that Pocky is deprived of his bed by the professor, and the professor is overrun by the earth spirits. However, to complete the loop, we must confirm the power relationship between the earth spirits and Pocky. Let's say this happened. The earth spirits are in charge of cleaning. They were given enough power to materialize by the earth god to help them and do their best every day at the farm. I tell them to clean only inside the house, but sometimes they get so motivated that they tend even to the outside despite the many possible dangers. Oh, I'll clean that one. An earth spirit notices several farming tools, some of which are sharp and dangerous, such as a sickle and a blade. It would be a disaster if she touched them and got cut. I'll get praised for cleaning these, but the earth spirit fails to foresee danger. As she was about to run up to the pile of tools, someone pulls her by the fabric of her shirt. Pocky appears out of nowhere and pulls the earth spirit away from the dangerous tools. What are you doing? Wet me. Good boy, Pocky. I was one step behind him. I told you not to touch those tools and weapons, they're dangerous. Sorry, the earth spirits are very obedient, so one word is all it takes to get them to listen. But the credit goes to Pocky. He's quick to come to the rescue when the little ones are in danger. A genuinely dependable dog. Thanky. The spirit pats Pocky's head, and Pocky licks her cheek in return. And so, this is how the three-way deadlock works on our farm. The professor bullies Pocky, the earth spirits torment the professor, and Pocky protects the earth spirits. This busy bunch brings our residents a sense of contentment and energy to their work. But now, the bustle has ceased because the three are taking a nap. Oddly enough, Pocky, the professor, and the earth spirits are huddled up against each other. The spirits use Pocky's big body as a fluffy pillow, and the cat keeps itself snug between them. Things may be quiet now, but the hustle and bustle will probably start again once they wake up. Chapter 463, The Demon King Grows Plump. The Demon King's here. I feel like we've been seeing each other more often since he attended the weddings of Arawana and myself, but it has been quite a while since he visited just to meet me and have a chat over a cup of tea. And it's been some time since I got to talk to him face to face, so something's different about you. You think? He replies. We're casually having tea at the table, but there's this mysterious tension in the air. What should I say? Do I have to probe further? It's just, I can feel something's different. Maybe it's your presence? That makes me happy if so. I am the lord of a nation, and as such, I must be as dignified as I can be. That's not what I meant. Do I really have to be blunt about this? But the issue is kind of sensitive. If I'm too straightforward, I might ruin the mood. And there's no point of return from that. You needn't fret so much. Huh? You can say it. That Demon King Zed, has grown fat. Ah. You've gained weight, Demon King. You really said it? As head of the demon race and ruler of a nation, the importance of his position is boundless. When I first met him, he had this majestic, muscular, and towering figure like a wall closing in on you, intimidating me. But now no inkling of that trace is left. Must you really elaborate on it? He has become so round, from the contour of his face to the shape of his limbs. Since he used to be muscular, the extra fat has made him look even bigger. He's still intimidating, but instead, it feels like a massive slab of meat is closing in on you. I feel uncomfortable just seeing him in that state. You've gained weight. Yes, I can't believe I didn't notice this change in him until today. He was literally at my wedding just the other day. Such an obese body can't have been created overnight, can it? Ah, but I had other things on my mind at that time. I was so occupied that I failed to notice the Demon King's change. Or maybe I was trying not to notice it. The war with the human race is over, and the world is at peace. Now that there are no enemies, I focus on domestic affairs and do paperwork. Is that why you have fewer opportunities to be physically active? I thought I had been practicing diligently, but it seems I was still getting less exercise. Ultimately, I found myself in this situation. I can only imagine how hard your work must be. He's a king, after all. The administration of the Demon Kingdom lies in his judgment, and the stress from it may have led him to overeat occasionally, and the end result is this. As you know, I look forward to coming home to my wives and kids every day. When the whole family is around the table, I end up eating and drinking more. I guess that goes to show your wives are taking care of you well. I've come to accept things. It happens to people as they get older. I've known many fearless friends during their youth but put on weight as they approached middle age, a typical excuse from fat people. While I'm personally fine with my state, the other day, someone told me to lose weight. Who did? Belphegor. Oh, the commanding officer of their army. What was he thinking, giving such a direct order to his lord? He said, "Your Majesty, you have grown fat and bloated as of late." He wasn't beating around the bush at all. That's some guts of steel talking to the Demon King like that. He also said, even though peace has come, the Demon Kingdom is still a nation of warriors. We always threaten enemies with overwhelming military power and maintain peace by making them back down. Okay, if the Demon King, head of the Demon Kingdom, has grown obese, he is far from being the ideal warrior. His nation will be taken advantage of, which will lead to the ravages of war. Above all, it's unsightly, so please lose weight. He didn't pull his punches. Wow, the audacity he has to say all that to the Demon King. Isn't this L's Majesty? So, I had no choice but to admit it. I've been feigning ignorance of my own flab, the lump of flesh in my belly. The demon race has become the supreme ruler of the earth over the human race. To fulfill that responsibility, I must remain the strongest demon. He laments, perhaps because of his above-average mass. His body temperature is rising, and sweat beads are forming on his forehead. Now, Lord Saint, will you help me lose weight? Me? I won't trouble you too much. All I need is a place to stay. If I don't lose weight, my people will see my shameful figure running around with my jiggling flab. Our farm would indeed be out of general demon folks' sight, but we have demon students here. Wouldn't it be worse if they, who are future elite candidates, see you? I've taken a short leave from my official duties to lose weight. I'm going to stay here for a few days and work out thoroughly. Can you please lend me a place? Well, do you think you can get your body back to its original muscularity in just a few days? Sorry to burst your bubble, but that belly fat has probably been cultivated over several months or even years. It's not logical to think you will lose it in just a few days. You have to spend the same amount of time to lose weight as you have gained. I feel great anxiety from the Demon King's diet regime. Then again, I have no reason to refuse the Demon King's request. At any rate, I offered him a flat area of land. We still have loads of bare areas, after all. All right. Time to work out a sweat, says the Demon King, rocking his belly. What kind of exercise do you plan to do? I ask. I can't take my eyes off him out of worry. Horse riding, I suppose. Horse riding? Don't worry, I brought my ride with me, Black Flame. This way. In response to the Demon King's call, a huge horse with pitch black coat approaches him. I've been so busy with my political duties that I haven't ridden astride you for quite some time now. Today, we will ride the wind for eternity. No, wait, Demon King. Riding a horse means the horse runs, right? Does doing that help you lose weight at all? I'm sure an expert in the field has much more to say. This is why I'm worried. Let's go together, my beloved horse. Hi-ah. His plump body is hard to maneuver, but he finally got on the horse on his second try. I thought they were going to start galloping right away, but whoa. The horse immediately rears up and knocks the Demon King off his back. What's gotten into you, Black Flame? Why did you shake me off? The horse only looks down with cold eyes at the puzzled Demon King. His eyes say, "You're too heavy. I can't carry you. You better lose all that fat before you try to straddle me next time." And then gallops away alone. I knew my fears were correct. Chapter 464, Otherworldly Diet. No. The Demon King is wailing. It seems the rejection from his beloved horse was quite a shock. I sympathize with the horse's feelings, though, but it seems just crying is enough for the Demon King's body temp to rise, causing him to perspire. Any horse would have wanted to refuse a jumbo like him to get on their back, and his stallion looked quite the prideful creature. Now, we cannot leave the Demon King in despair like this. It's like the fat has taken over his brain, too, with how mentally weak he is right now. He's still wailing. What? Please dry your tears. I say like a god offering a helping hand to the hero. I will help you regain your former physique. Ah really, Lord Saint? In my world, there's a secret for losing weight. It's called dieting. D-die? His brain just emitted the ting part on its own. Dieting is the ultimate self-cultivation to reach your ideal weight. Be willing to put in the effort to become your ideal self. I don't think they have a similar concept here. Their cultural level is so medieval that it's impossible to prepare enough food for oneself, so people are encouraged to store up nutrition whenever possible. In this sense, the fatter you are, the more advantage you have. Apparently, being so-called obese was even considered beautiful in the past. On the other hand, a Demon King who wants to lose weight because he has problems staying fat is probably a rare case in this world. Various schools sprang up seeking effective diets, and 100 families fought and competed with each other. I will teach you their secrets, Demon King, all for the sake of peace in this world. And your belly, it's time. We join hands to reclaim your six-pack from the millennial slab of fat. Oh, Lord Saint. Thank you. Thank you. Thus begins the otherworldly diet lifestyle of the Demon King and me. I had no idea you're also well versed in such things. There's actually a proper method to losing weight, you say. Is that how you've maintained your figure even after being blessed with a child? Well, I till the fields every day. There is no better way to stay in shape than exercising. After all, if you keep your body moving, the fat will burn off by itself. Or it could simply be that your metabolism slows down as you age. The thought scares me. Some people are inevitably limited in physical activity due to their jobs. They are so consumed with hard work at their desks that they don't have time to get up and do stretches. In turn, their metabolism slows down. So, the more they eat, the more fat their body accumulates. Yes, that's right. Dieting exists to help such people. Its purpose is to maximize the effect with less effort and time to make your life more efficient. It's not necessarily for the weak-willed. Oh, since ancient times, various diets have been developed to lose weight. What kind of diet should I recommend to the Demon King among them? Let's try a carbohydrate-restricted diet first. See carbohydrate-restricted diet. The biggest cause of obesity is eating. Because the influx and outflux of energy are unbalanced, excess energy is stored as fat in the body, and obesity happens. One might think, okay, we just have to stop eating, but animals supply energy to their bodies by doing so. If they don't eat, they will die. The stress their instincts produce when they don't consume food is relatively considerable. Limited food intake should not be done haphazardly but rather should be done in a calculated manner. The carbohydrate-restricted diet is the culmination of such calculation. By abstaining from eating carbohydrates, the biggest cause of obesity, we prevent further weight gain, and then bearing it with some exercises. Dieting alone won't help you, after all. Oh, is this carbohydrate thing poisonous? Not really, but I request you not to eat foods containing many carbohydrates. At least while he's on a diet. Foods such as the staples, rice, barley bread and noodles made from wheat, too. And it was at this time that the Veil arrived, face ghastly pale. She was holding a bowl of steaming hot ramen in her hand. Master, is what you just said true? Huh? Wheat is not poison. I refuse to believe that. Bread, udon, pasta, and ramen too. It's the ultimate ingredient, she says, clinging to me. I shouldn't have let her hear that. Wheat makes everyone happy. You can't just limit our intake on it. Seriously, where is the desperation coming from? Veil has been a gluten freak for some time now, and her love for wheat-based foods has escalated at a bothersome rate. I guess it's only natural she'd feel upset over this conversation, but still. No, but I'm just saying you shouldn't eat too much of it. Is this your doing? Veil's harsh gaze turns to the Demon King. Even he is taken aback by her intense love for wheat. I'll make him lose weight then. Veil suddenly joins the diet group, but not as someone who wants to work out. You humans get lighter by moving your body around more and eating less, right? Then move around like crazy, and don't eat anything. After that, you can eat all the wheat you want. There it is. Her absurd reasoning. This is a surefire way to fail to diet, and besides, nothing done in extremity lasts forever. Consistency is the key to a successful diet. All right, first, let's do some light exercise. Let's go. Before she could finish, she transformed into her dragon form. Don't tell me I'll be your diet partner. Come at me. You're going to die if you don't take this seriously. So it's going to be a good workout for you. Hold it right there. Going head to head with a dragon is life or death before you can lose weight. Don't impose such harsh conditions on the poor guy's diet. It'll be fine, master. I heard that even Platty's brother fought Ardheg and a wingless bird woman and still came out alive. Platty's brother? Oh, you mean Arowana. And then she must be referring to Ardheg the dragon and Songokafon the angel. But that was just for show, right? Think of this as practice for dieting. Oh, yeah, hey, bird woman. As if in response to Veil's call, a winged maiden appears from the air and then lands. It's Angel Hawker's Fawn. You called, Veil? I'm busy with my natto, so please make it quick. I have the perfect idea. Platty's brother was fighting a dragon and an angel, so this guy should be able to do the same. After all, he's the ruler of his race. You think he can handle the same experience Rowana had? No way. How did Rowana even survive in the first place? If it's for the sake of Master's comrade, then I shall gladly comply. I, Angel Hawker's Fawn, will go into massacre mode wholeheartedly. Gahahaha. I'm sure this fierce battle of ours will make a great workout. We're going to work him hard until he's under half the weight he is now. I think that much weight loss might be too much. The obese Demon King disappears into the blinding light emitted by the dragon and angel. This series of events gave birth to the otherworldly Dragon Angel Fierce Battle Diet. And as expected, its intensity is on a whole new level. Chapter 465, Diet or Die. No. The Demon King runs about, screaming. I'm not surprised he's reacting that way from being chased by a dragon and an angel. Hey, stop running around. How about you try counterattacking for once? If the purpose is to reduce body weight by exerting physical strength, don't I still meet the requirements? They're conversing lightly, but the offensive isn't slowing down their attacks. Veil is firing her dragon breath, and Hawker's Fawn is firing her mana cannon in rapid succession. No. Stoop. The Demon King still keeps running while letting out a pathetic scream. I don't think he would have screamed like that before, even if he was facing death. Has he really lost all rationality to fat? All right, we're taking 5, says Veil. After nearly an hour. The Demon King survived. He must have used a lot of energy to run. His whole body is drenched in sweat, and even the tips of his hair are dripping wet. If this keeps up, he'll drain his life to complete exhaustion. We need to replenish his body with nutrients, says Vale in her human form. She prepared a table and chair for the Demon King and sat him down. Eat up, it's my special ramen. Wait a minute, it's kind to give him a snack. But why ramen, of all things? That's Dark Warrior's sworn enemy. The hot ramen will make you sweat a lot, so there is no significant loss or gain. It's okay, I put my heart and soul into making this ramen, so it's good for his diet. Trust me, master, she says, because the Demon King himself was at his physical limit, gasping for breath and about to die out. He didn't have enough energy to even speak. Come on, eat up. Here, I'm giving you a special service. Say R. A-R. And then she feeds him the ramen. I thought all the effort he had put his life on the line for would come to nothing after that bite. But oh, what? He looks psyched up, his whole body emitting a glowing aura. Hey, Vale, what did you do? I fed him the same soy sauce tonkatsu ramen I served to the adventurers. It's made from Sada's extract but diluted 500 times. What? Wouldn't that make you immortal? Don't carelessly feed such a dangerous thing to the Demon King. But it was diluted 500 times. Maybe the effects have been neutralized? It's already been proven that it won't have any serious effects on the human body. Pulling up a stall in Brother Alexander's dungeon was worth it. Isn't that human experimentation? Anyway, even though the broth has become light, the ingredient of a superior species that far surpasses humanity is still there. Still, the Demon King is in good spirits. It's as if his pathetic self earlier was a different person. Oh, my body is full of power. I feel more elated than when we invaded the human kingdom. He looks full of energy. That's the spirit. While you're at it, please have some natto too. Yeah. Hawker's fun made the Demon King eat her natto in the heat of the moment. Oh, I'm filled with even more power. Looks like there was an effect. Maybe natto is as strong as it claims to be. After all, a natto diet seems highly plausible. Natto and its endless possibilities. I swear. All right, now that you've re-energized, it's back to dieting again. This time, we're not giving you a break. Prepare yourself. Yeah. Demon King Zed, challenge the dragon and angel to battle. Engadi E. His yell has regained some of its heroic spirit, and progress can be seen. The Demon King no longer made the pathetic screams he did earlier. Thus, his diet picked up the pace. The pattern of the diet goes like this: wear him down to the limit with Vale and Hawker's Fon. Revive him instantly with ramen containing dragon extract. Eat natto. Repeat. The exercise causes his body to burn fat, and eventually, his original physique shows itself. The combo's hellish training has retrained his muscles, so I have the impression that he is more muscular than when we first met him. Maybe it's the effect of the dragon extract in the ramen. When all was said and done, the diet program barely lasted for more than a day, and the Demon King had regained his muscular body. I am the Demon King, the strongest. The glint in his glaring eyes looks as if it could kill a small animal. There is no enemy before me. No one can stand against me. All life is under my dominion. All the world is my land. Huh? Why is he saying some pretty scary things? Was his diet so severe it warped his personality? Maybe he had too much ramen, casually says Vale. Dragon extract doesn't leave the body for a long time. That's why adventurers are not allowed to eat it a second time. From the second bowl, they must eat tonkatsu ramen. Why, and you gave the Demon King one too many bowls of it, the dragon extract, which in its undiluted form would cause a mental breakdown and make the Demon King go berserk, was diluted 500 times so that there would be no problem. If you eat 2 bowls, that's 250. Another bowl only gets you 133 times of dilution. Is that why the Demon King suddenly started saying weird things? Answer me, Vale, why did you do that? I wanted to believe he could withstand a concentration higher than an ordinary person. Do not trust humans lightly. Strife beckons me. People coasting on peace aren't worth living. I must start another war. Killing each other is the history of humanity. If things continue as they are, Another world war will erupt at the hands of the Demon King, who has turned into a berserker. Pull yourself together, Demon King. You were never meant to be that kind of character. Aren't you supposed to be a true champion who combines generosity and kindness? Remember your kids. If they saw you like that, they would cry. Why, you're right. I am Geisha and Marine's father, as well as the nation's. Most importantly, I must show that to my successor, Geisha. He finally returned to his senses after a little shaking. Phew. That was close. No more of this diet. It's too dangerous. Physical conditioning must be risk-free. But you don't have to do that anymore, do you? As Vale pointed out, the Demon King had melted away his useless flab at the end of the hellish battles. Now that he's back to his normal physique, further dieting is not needed. Oh yeah, I never thought I could regain my original shape so quickly. As expected of Lord Saint's diet, it's very effective. I didn't know about this diet either. If you can lose weight instantly like this, I'm sure everyone would want to do it. Then again, I bet not even 1 in 1,000 would succeed. Now I can gain Belphegamilla's respect again. My father, too. I'm happy for you. I feel so fulfilled. I'm going to have my usual drink to celebrate today. Huh? Saying that, the Demon King takes out a flask from somewhere. It looks like it's filled with liquid. The Demon King chugs it down in one go. Ah, that hits the spot. This is the source of my power. I hope you don't mind me asking, but what is that? I was curious and asked to see what he had drunk. It looks familiar. Turns out it's mayonnaise. So that's why. Chapter 466, The Demon King Relapses. I think I know why you got fat. It's the mayonnaise. I'm sure of it. The Demon King chugged mayonnaise like a refreshing after-work drink. I have no doubt about it because he did it right in front of my eyes. It's only natural that you'll gain weight if you drink that. Why mayonnaise, of all things? How can you call that a drink? No wonder he got so fat. The Demon King is the most important figure supporting the Demon Kingdom. I'm sure the cooks are scrupulous in preparing his meals to maintain his health. I know he's a disciplined man, so it's weird for him to grow obese. I didn't know such a foreshadowing was lurking. Mayonnaise, a mixture of eggs, vinegar, and oil. It is exceptionally high in oil content, and high oil content equals high calories. Drinking this like water will only make you fat, so why? But mayonnaise was the perfect drink to refresh me after a gloomy day drowning in paperwork. It's not a drink, it's a condiment. Ingesting mayonnaise gives me this rush of strength from deep within. No matter how tired I am from my political duties or how mentally drained I may be, mayonnaise instantly revives me. That's why I can't live without it. You've grown dependent on it. Good heavens. I didn't know mirrors in another world were this far gone. Wait, did this world have mirrors in the first place? We developed mayonnaise some time ago here on the farm, but if it already existed before that, then it's nothing new. Oh no. I learned everything about mayonnaise from you, Lord Saint. What? The Demon King's reply shocked me. I remember it was served during dinner once. I was surprised by the richness of its flavor. But I was even more astonished when I heard what it's made of, raw eggs. Unbelievable. Yes, that's right. But is there anything unusual about that? Eggs are supposed to be cooked, right? Otherwise, they will make you sick and even kill you. And yet, mayonnaise made from raw eggs is not the least bit dangerous. Anyone would be shocked. Ah, I see. He must be talking about salmonella. Eggs are highly likely to have this harmful bacteria, causing food poisoning. You often hear you can't eat rice with raw eggs outside Japan because the egg's quality assurance system may or may not have ways to eliminate salmonella. Eggs are a common foodstuff in this world, so there probably have been salmonella-related incidents. Mayonnaise has vinegar, that's why. Vinegar is the #1 disinfectant. Even if there is salmonella on raw eggs, the vinegar will kill it all. That is why mayonnaise is safe to eat, even if made with raw eggs. I was shocked and impressed by mayonnaise's wonders, so I set up a policy to popularize it in my nation. Huh? Really? Its ingredients, eggs, vinegar, and oil, are easily available in the Demon Kingdom. It is also highly nutritious and can help the starving villages. In fact, When we sent mayonnaise as relief supplies to villages where famine had occurred, the number of deaths from starvation was reduced to 0. For real? Are you sure it's not just because of your constant provisions? You sent other things as relief, too, didn't you? I can't help but think that mayonnaise-only relief supplies are pure harassment. Since then, it quickly spread throughout the Demon Kingdom, and the mayonnaise taking their nation by storm was developed on our farm. Of course, people were initially skeptical because they were afraid to eat raw eggs. So, I, the Demon King, gulped mayonnaise myself to reassure him. That's how it became a habit of yours, and you've become a sucker for its taste, even to the point of treating it like a beverage? But look at where that got you. You can tell them it has no food poisoning risks, but what's the point if you, their ruler, get fat from it? Was the cause of my sudden weight gain really mayonnaise? He says surprisedly as if the thought never crossed his mind. What a turn of events this is. I had no idea that my development of mayonnaise was the cause. Master, Vale and Hawker's Fon, who act like bystanders, stare at me with reproachful eyes. So, this all boils down to me? Your food is hardcore stuff, you know, Master. You have to be more careful with it. I don't want to hear that from you, Vale. Anyway, Demon King, please stop binge drinking or binge eating mayonnaise from now on. That's definitely the cause of you becoming fat. What? His face turns pale. Is it that shocking? Wait a minute. Mayonnaise. Mayonnaise is now absolutely indispensable for my political affairs. I have to consume it in between sessions to keep me stable. Now you're just plain addicted to it. Look, you may think that if you get fat, you can lose weight again, but using a reckless method is not going to make the cut all the time. The Dragon and Angel diet was attainable only because of the supreme miracle drugs, ramen and natto. Unfortunately, Dragon extract has a fixed dosage, and you're already in the gray zone of its lasting effects. As such, you cannot have another bowl of Dragon Ramen. Without it, you can't do the same reckless diet you did today. Gonkatsu Ramen, Master. Gonkatsu. Yeah, whatever you say, Vale. But can't he get by with just natto? There goes Hawker's Fun and her natto endorsements again. But that's not the root of the problem. What you need to do is stop what's causing you to get fat. And giving up mayonnaise does just that. So, you mean to say that if I can do that, my problem will be gone? I've never seen the Demon King so tense before. Is this another effect of mayonnaise? Please, Lord Saint. Mayonnaise is indispensable for the efficient conduct of my government. My nation needs it. He's right, Master. Huh? Why are you agreeing, to, Vale? He's the most powerful man in his nation, which means he has the hardest job in the world. He's got a lot on his shoulders. I think we have to do something to help ease his burden. I second what Vale said. You too, Hawker's Fon? The reason this world is stable now is that the ruler, the Demon King, has the ability to make rational decisions. As a person who desires stability, we'd appreciate your support for him. These two guys have suddenly taken the Demon King's side. What's gotten into them? Wait, I know. This world is peaceful because of the efforts and cooperation of each and every one of its inhabitants, but most especially the Demon King, who is the supreme ruler of the earth. With his peaceful regime, I can live a leisurely life tinkering soil on my farm. I get that. That's why I have to support the Demon King to my utmost ability. Very well. Oh? Let's make a low-fat mayonnaise just for you. Thank you, Lord Saint. I am in your debt. I know. Okay, low-fat or not, mayonnaise is still mayonnaise. It's not a fundamental solution. The Demon King has returned to his muscular self for today. Will he get fat sooner or later again? Who knows? Chapter 467, A Frenzied Holy Sword's Murmur. I am in rot, the furious holy sword. Sigh. Sorry if I'm already sighing from the get-go. I'm a sword, so I'm not even supposed to have a mouth, but I can't help but sigh. It has been more than 1,000 years since I was created, but I am in the most decadent state this world has ever seen. To start with, we, the 7 holy swords, had a mission to destroy each other. By absorbing the other sword's powers, the last one standing would become the true holy sword. For the first few centuries or so of my life, It was a battle to fulfill that mission. I beat 4 of my peers, absorbed their power, and became stronger. Only 2 swords remained. If I defeat them, I can become the true holy sword I longed for. But they don't seem to be revealing themselves. After spending several hundred years in vain, I finally came across one of them. I was so stoked to defeat him, but his master was next level. He had forged and restored the annihilating holy sword, which I had supposedly destroyed in the past. What's that supposed to mean, huh? I know not how broken swords are revived from their state, but I was even more shocked by something else. Synopsis transformed into a true holy sword. She was overwhelmingly powerful that I, even after having gained the power of 4 swords, was no match for her. The same was true of the malicious holy sword Violet. And I lost face. What was the point of all the hard work I had put in over hundreds of years? To top it off, the restored Synopsis and Violet broke through the sacred barrier the celestial god had put up, paving the way for the demons to defeat the human race. This was the role that the true sacred sword should have played. Now that we've fulfilled our role, I don't know what our purpose is anymore. Since then, I have become a mere decoration around my owner's waist. I mean, with the war gone and the Demon King concentrating on domestic affairs, what significance would I have other than that? Sometimes I exterminate lesser dragons, but that's it. The meaning of my existence has disappeared. Will I be needed in this time of peace? If not, I'd rather be smashed and erased from the world before I forget how lethal I used to be as a weapon. Following my master's ways and growing fat is not for me, but man, has he gained weight. Isn't it about time we stopped ignoring this issue? He was the most powerful king during the war, but peace has made this warrior so dull. No need to be so uptight. Who speaks to me with thoughts that can only be communicated between holy swords? It's evil holy sword Dreiss, the nemesis I should have felled. Things are not the way they used to be anymore. You have to accept that the world is now peaceful, so you just sit back, relax, and wait. Swords can't sit. HMPH, you're not one to talk, you gutless, lazy-assed sword. Hold up. What's with you? You smell so sweet. Well, this is how I'm being of service to my lord now. I don't know, but something about Dreiss' enlightened air scares me. I guess he has it rough, too. By the way, Dreiss and I can converse like this because my master paid a visit to his master. It seems he came to consult with Dreiss' master about his recent obesity problem. Pathetic. He should be back to his muscular self if he keeps slashing at enemies for 4 to 5 months. This is why peace isn't good. The demon race must spend all its life fighting. I wonder if we will encounter a fierce situation that will awaken our fighting instincts. People call that a flag, you know. What do you mean, Dreiss? Before I could ask, a battle was upon me. A dragon? I know what I asked for. But isn't this a little over the top? A dragon is attacking us. And not even a lesser dragon, but a regular dragon. Even I, a holy sword, can't defeat such an opponent. What's more, there's a winged human. What race is she from? She's so strong. Unlike any race I've come across. Hawker's Fun is an angel, the most powerful life form created by the celestial gods. She's as strong as the dragon, so be careful. Excuse me? With Dreiss' nonsensical cheering, my lord wielded me and fought against the 2 evil creatures. To be honest, it couldn't be called a battle. He was frantically dodging the enemy's attacks while his belly was jiggling all over the place. He has grown dull, but I still acknowledge him as the strongest lord. I would be very happy if I could continue fighting alongside him until I perish. Unfortunately, good times don't last forever. My fat lord soon ran out of breath and had to take a break. Bowing. As I expected, no one can ever obtain genuine excitement from a mox battle. Amidst my disappointment, my lord re-energizes himself with a meal. Oh? What is this? A power so strong that it flows into my blade. Is this my lord's power? I'm amazed at how this is even affecting me. The dragon Raymond worked its wonders again. Wonderful. Tres magnifique. Is this dragon power? The dragon power welling up from within my lord's body also flows in me. I feel like I'm evolving into something more than a true holy sword. With this power, I can fight the dragon and angel on equal ground. This is the ideal form I've been looking for. Do you want to fight that badly, huh? Did you say something, Dreißwurz? Oh, it wasn't him. Who was it? If so, I will give you more power. Destroy and kill everything in your path. Is this the dragon power transmitted through my blade? Its raw, destructive impulse is trying to take over me. Come, I will give you as much power as you desire. Unleash your wrath and engulf everything. No, you must not. What is it this time? You must not destroy. What your master wants is eternal peace, to protect people's precious happiness. Isn't that the noblest thing you can do? Who are you to speak so? I am the holy natto spirit ingested into your master's body along with the dragon extract. Holy natto spirit. Right, my lord did eat gui, sticky beans after ramen. So, is natto supposed to represent the good side? Good and evil, light and dark, natto and dragon extract? Hey, Ingrot, you've gone quiet all of a sudden. Answer me. Hey, Dreißwurz. You kept calling out to me. Thanks. Huh? What's with the sudden change in attitude? I've been reborn. Light and darkness have been opposing each other in me, and finally, the light has prevailed. What? Natto taught me that in this warless time, my blade should aid the Demon King in his quest for peace as a holy instrument, not a lethal weapon. Natto? Why? Natto regulates the overflowing power of the dragon extract. This combination allowed me to obtain righteousness, surpassing a true holy sword. I am now known as the Natto Holy Sword, serving to protect world peace with the Demon King. I'm not sure I follow, but I guess this means your master eating dragon ramen and natto was for the best, huh? Chapter 468, Magic Redevelopment. For the time being, the Demon King's diet ended in success, and the usual peaceful days have returned. I guess this is what you would call putting off a problem for later. No matter, let's change topics. As I walk around the farm, I spot a couple of people who caught my attention, or rather, are attracting attention, Sensei and the professor. It's unusual to see Sensei at the farm. While he doesn't need to have a reason to pay us a quick visit, the fact that he is hanging out with the professor concerns me. After all, both are among the best lifeless kings in the world who have lived for thousands of years. It would be strange not to be alarmed if these two were having a secret conversation, heads huddled against each other. A cat has a small head, though, but how should I approach them? They look like they're discussing something serious. Sensei has never been bothered by such matters, but one must still be respectful towards the elderly. In such a situation, it's the youngest's time to shine. And so, I invite the earth spirits. Kitty cat. The kitty cat is here. Let's play with the kitty cat. Professor, in his feline form, is very popular with the earth spirits, and since they're basically children, they can boldly interrupt without worrying about the situation. Gah, they're here again. Help me. Meow. The professor struggles to wriggle free, but his body is already in the spirit's arms. He can't escape. Oh, Sensei. Qo, Sensei. The spirits carefully greet Sensei. Children know no fear. Hello. What good girls you are to greet your elders. Yes. We're good. Sensei loves children, so he tends to pamper them. Even though his conversation with the professor got interrupted, he didn't get angry. Rather, he smiled gently. Sensei, can we play with the kitty? Of course. Why, meow? The professor has a betrayed look on his face. Sensei said yes. We have the go signal. Permission acknowledged. The earth spirits did whatever they wanted. They forced their feline plaything to lie on his back and rubbed his belly. At this time, the professor, cat, already had given up. Sorry, the kids can be so mischievous at times. I say to Sensei as naturally as possible. It's okay, I tend to pamper them too, agreeing to whatever they want. You their grandpa or something, meow? If so, maybe the farm's three-way deadlock is also in effect here. Sensei cannot go against his senior, the professor. The professor is teased day and night by the earth spirits. The adorable earth spirits get whatever they want from Sensei. Never mind. This lineup only makes Sensei look the weakest. Oh well. At least I can talk to him now without the tense atmosphere. What were you two discussing earlier, if you don't mind me asking? They looked so serious. so I couldn't help but be curious. Developing new magic, meow, says the professor while still getting belly rubbed. New magic? I remember we've talked about this before. Are you talking about creating original magic for the human race? Yes, meow, but wasn't the idea dropped? The demons and humans are the two primary races that occupy the land. Demon folk have established their own magic system called alchemy, while humans do not have any particular magic. Although they have what they call thaumaturgy magic, it is nothing more than a privilege for the religious sector that drastically damages the natural mana and nature with every use. There was a time when Sensei and the professor were struggling to develop more efficient magic for the human race as a replacement. Their efforts were ruthlessly crushed by the gods, though. The gods tinkered with the world settings and made alchemy accessible to the human race, too, didn't they? Didn't that solve all the problems? That's naive thinking, Lord Saint. Oh? Sensei sounds agitated. Each race has its own strong and weak points. Alchemy is activated with the help of the spirits that exist throughout the world. Hades and Immersiphone created all the spirits that live on this earth, including these petite girls, meow, says the professor, referring to the earth spirits having fun with him. The two of them sound pretty psyched up. Similarly, the demon race was created by the gods of the earth, so they share the same ancestor with the spirits, thus making them compatible with each other. In contrast, the human race, created by the celestial gods, is different. They're incompatible with alchemy that forges bonds with spirits. I see. It's not as simple as giving them the ability to use it. Alchemy is invoked by borrowing spiritual power and requires communication with nature, so the human race has an awkward affinity with it. Then, just at the right moment, a couple walks by. It's Rythasius and Derangier. This couple's human-demon relationship is still considered unique in this day and age. Perfect. You two, come here for a minute. Huh? What is it? I make the earth spirit's face. The two students standing next to each other. Big sis, please call me. The earth spirit acts friendly toward the demoness Derangier. Huh? Uck. Don't cling to me. I hate kids. Sounds like something a child would say. But in the end, Derangier gave in and picked up the spirit. I guess you do look cute up close. Maybe someday, Rythasius and I will have a baby like you. While she's immersed in her fantasy, the other pair, has a mysterious tension between them. The human, Rythasius, and the earth spirit keep their distance, jittery, as if wary of each other's presence. What is the meaning of this? The child is obviously being cautious of me, and I thought I was good at babysitting back home, says Rythasius, confused. Is it because he's a human? His race was made to invade the earth and has harshly affected it with their magic. However, that is in the past, and Rythasius should not be held responsible for his race's crimes. Let's just hope the earth spirit understands. Fine. A minute for 1,000 gold, please. What? Rythasius got to embrace the earth spirit, but there was still some tension in the air. As you just witnessed, the human race is disliked by the spirits, meow. Depending on the spirit, some may even hate the human race even more aggressively. Which is why it'll be hard for humans to use alchemy, which harnesses its power from spirits. I see. The gods made some pretty sloppy adjustments. Then we knew the human race needed magic specific to them, meow. Education exists to develop the students' individuality. We must develop new magic for our human students. They're really fired up about this. Thus, redevelopment of new thaumaturgy magic is underway. End of Volume 13.